Yes, that is another for working on this. Good morning, everybody. Welcome today for the Drake Medals, Boccia Australia National Titles at Liverpool. Well, we've all gone to court 7 this morning for our round 21 matches. Court 7, New South Wales 2 versus Tasmania Independence. Wendy Evans and Siobhan Daly. Competing against Liam Pittman and Rowan Eastley. New South Wales 1 versus New South Wales 3. Anthony Reynolds and Kylie Daly against Johnson Leeson and Sarah Darcy and welcome on court 6. Coming on court 5, we see court 5. Pairs teams, we have New South Wales 1 versus New South Wales 2. Cassie Brown and Al Hall against Matt Van Hook and Paul Butler for round 1.45.
Here we are again. New South Boccia Australia National Titles.
Coming on to court 4, PC 1-2 teams events. We have ACT versus Queensland X. ACT Dylan.
Welcome to the first game of the last day here at the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024 from the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool in Sydney. We've got coverage for you from a BC3 pairs game between the New South Wales number 2 team and the composite Tasmania independent team. The New South Wales team is Wendy Evans with her support worker Kylie Jarman and Siobhan Daly with her support worker Nicole Jarman. And they've won the toss in the call room and chosen to play with the red balls, which means they'll be putting the first jack down when the game gets underway. The composite Tasmanian and independent team is made up of Liam Titterton, who's an independent entrant. Liam's a local here in Liverpool, strong player. His support worker, his ramp operator, is Piotr Pogst, who we normally call Peter. And his pairs partner, all the way from Tasmania, Rowan Eastley, and his dad, Rob Eastley, is his ramp operator. The referee for the match is Heike Fabig, and at the moment I think we're about ready to start the warm-up, where the players can get a bit of a feel for the court. They would have done an extensive warm-up in the on the warm-up courts at the back of the arena here, just checking that the calibration of their ramps is accurate. But particularly with the ramp players rolling the ball constantly across the floor, any little inconsistency in the floor here on the court that obviously wasn't present in the warm-up area can mean a difference between an accurate ball and one that doesn't quite go where you want it to be. So this is their chance to, just for, I think it's a 2-minute warm-up, it is, yep, to get a feel for where they might put their jack and if there is any problem with the floor. On the court here, for those of you who are joining us perhaps for the first time, there are a lot of lines. There are blue lines, white lines, black lines. We're only here working with the green lines. The green lines delineate the boccia court. The boccia court, the playing area is 10 metres long by 6 metres wide. You'll see that the referee Hiker is standing on a V-shaped green line. The only purpose of that green line is that the jack, the white ball, has to go over that line. It can't be behind it, it can't be on it, it has to go over it. From that point on, any point in that 10 by 6 metre rectangle is available to the players. You'll notice too, they're all lined up behind a green line that we'd call the thrower's line or the baseline. And they're all in a rectangular box marked out on the floor. That box is 1 metre wide by 2.5 metres long, and their ramp operator and all their equipment has to stay within that box all the time during the game. In the gaps in between the ends, they can move around, but once the clock starts, then they have to be back in their box. You will see Wendy and Siobhan putting out their balls. That's obviously where Wendy, the captain, has decided they're going to play their jack, and they'll just get a feel now for what the court is like in that area. In the BC3 classification, the ramp operators are purely there to be the hands of the players. They can't make any decisions, they can't make any suggestions to the players. All of those things are decided purely by the athlete. And the combination between the athlete and the ramp assistant has to be grown over quite a long period of time. The communication between them, particularly if the player doesn't have good speech, as is the case with some players in boccia, then visual communication is very important. Wendy and Siobhan getting a nice cluster of balls around their jack there, which is looking pretty good. The ramps that you can see are very intricate pieces of equipment. They did start off in the very early days of boccia just as a little bit of rainwater downpipe that was balanced against the BC3 player's knees, and the ball was rolled down it. It went from there to handmade wooden ramps, which is when I started playing boccia. But the development of ramps is one of the big areas in boccia at the moment. New ramps, better ramps are being built by companies all over the place, and it's a real arms race to keep ahead of your opponents as far as having the very best ramp that's available. The ramps have markings. I don't know whether you can see from this distance, but particularly on the one in front of Siobhan, you can see white markings on the side of the ramp. That's their calibration marks. They've spent hours, sometimes days, working out where each ball needs to be on that ramp to go to the distance that they need it to. Because the balls come in different degrees of softness and hardness. You can have a ball that still is the same size as the other balls and the same weight as the other balls, but it can be literally as hard as a cricket ball. It can be rock hard, and in fact they're often called rocks. And on the other end of the scale, you can have a ball that is super soft, and that would be the one you want to put in front of a jack because it's going to be very hard to knock away because it's so soft. There used to be balls that once were almost as soft as beanbags, and World Boccia realised that wasn't really good for the game. So now there is a minimum amount of softness you can have in a ball. It has to be able to roll down the angle of a set slope. And that has opened the game up quite a bit, and that was good to see. Rowan here putting his balls down. Rowan played very well in a game we saw yesterday. You might have seen that on live stream. And his dad from Tasmania. A small group of players here from Tasmania, but all very, very active players and good at what they do. There are boccia clubs in just about every state, I think, except for the Northern Territory. So if you like what you see on the live stream here, find a boccia club near you and go along and have a try. Throw or roll a few balls and meet some really nice people. One thing about boccia people is off the court we're all really friends. On the court, yeah, it's a different situation, all very competitive. Hush has gone over the hall now. The referee's standing in the middle of the court. And we're ready to begin the games. Referee Hiker will give the first jack to Wendy Evans from New South Wales. I must declare an interest here. Both Wendy and Siobhan are from my club, Hunter Boccia, but I'll try and put that aside as much as I can. But I will be anxious on their behalf. Both really good players. Both of them have played overseas representing Australia and taking their game very seriously, as you should at this level where we have should be the best boccia in Australia. The top players in every state or territory playing here. A little bit of a problem here with the timing on our video court. Referee Hike has called the head referee, Lisa, over just to sort out the technical problem. Timing's all done on a tablet and shown on the screen that is in front of the score. Several other games going on around us here on the court beside us, an all New South Wales team. I think that's from memory New South Wales 1 versus New South Wales 2 in the BC5 classification. And just behind us, another all New South Wales game being played between, that would be New South Wales 1 BC3 and New South Wales 3 BC3. So it's a field of sky blue shirts here on the opening of this first day, this first game on the last day of the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024. The Whitlam Centre is a really good venue. It's the first time we've played here, and the facilities are good, the lighting's good, everything is set up really well for this highest level of boccia in Australia. I think we've just heard that the problems seem to have been fixed with the timing, and once again we can get the game underway. You can see the ramp assistants moving the ramps. You have to do what's called breaking the ramp before you can start playing, because you may have taken the opportunity to align your ramp before the game starts, and you have to do that so you lose any alignment you may have made beforehand. Wendy's ball rolling over the V-line, so that's a legal jack now, and the game can go ahead without any reference to that V-line. Playing it close to the right-hand side of the court as we look at it, just to put a bit more distance between Rowan and Liam, who are coming from further along to the left-hand side. Gives you a little bit of an advantage if you can play to your side of the court. Wendy will be looking to sit her ball just in front of the jack. Not too bad. She would have preferred it to be just towards the left-hand side of the jack as we look at it, because that would then place it right in front of Liam. You can see there that Liam now has a long shot at it, and Rowan's taking an even longer shot from out wide. For Rowan, that looks like a really big target. He's got 2 balls to aim for, whereas Wendy would have preferred that he had 1 ball in front of the jack to be looking at. He would then have had to knock that ball away to score, but this way he can score with with one ball if he's lined up and has chosen the right ball. He's doing a lot of fairly intricate lining up here. It may look there like Rowan is, when he puts his ramp down like that it's touching the ground inside Siobhan's box, which would be illegal. That would be involve penalty towards Rowan. But these ramps these days, you can adjust them so that there's a gap, the width of a piece, thickness of a piece of paper, so that the end of the ramp is just hovering above the ground, and that then makes it legal. It can be over the box, but it can't be touching the ground on the inside of the box. All the ramps do have to be behind that green playing line that we talked about before, the baseline. Rowan's going for some power here. He's put on an extension to the ramp. I'd say he's probably chosen his hardest ball, and he's going to try and knock these balls away. He's missed that there. That's a shame. Liam's the captain here, so he'll be calling the shots. I don't know whether we're going to see Rowan take another turn at that shot. Liam's allowed to line up while the clock is running for the blue team. It looks like it's going to be Liam to take the shot. Peter, his ramp operator, following his instructions. A little to the left, a little to the right. Again, the ramp hovering just over the surface of Wendy Evans' box. Let's see what Liam can do here. Again, putting on an extension to give him more power. The further the ball drops down the ramp, the more power it has. And selecting perhaps his heaviest ball, his hardest ball, and he's separated them. Red is still closest, so blue will still play. So they've done a good thing there by giving themselves the next shot. Whoever plays next is decided by whoever's closest to the jack. In this case, the red ball is closest to the jack, so the blue team would play. If the blue ball was closer to the jack, then the red team would play. Ramp operator asking Liam where he wants to release the ball from on his ramp. That device in his hand is called the ball holder, and there he's put it just about halfway down. Now Liam's communicating which ball he'd like. And just a slight adjustment there on the ramp too. Liam, like Rowan, uses a hooked pointer to release the ball. From here, we can't really tell whether red or blue is closer, but I'd be saying red at this stage. Yep. The referee says blue to play next, so that means that red is still closer. Opportunity there for Rowan to come in from the side, or for Liam to promote that ball that he's just put in front further in. But from the communication between the two, it looks like Rowan's going to take the shot. Leaving that blue ball in front of the jack is a useful idea because it means that Wendy, who's sitting in the box right next to Liam there, can't get a direct shot at the jack because she's blocked by that blue ball. So even though it's not serving the purpose of holding the jack, it's serving the purpose of keeping Wendy effectively out of the game. I think that one's gone closer. The referee having a good look at it. And she says she'll need to measure just to be sure. The referees have a wide variety of measuring devices in their pockets, ranging from the small calipers, which hikers using here, to big calipers, a tape measure, and they also have a torch which can be used if the balls are very, very close together, and you shine the torch down and see whether you can see a gap between the balls. So red to play. My thought here is that Siobhan might have the best line. She can come down between those blue balls and get a hold on the jack. And what would be even better is maybe just to push the jack back maybe just a few centimetres so it's moved away from the blue balls and closer to the red ball that's still there now. And you can get an idea now the way this end is developing of the tactical skill that's involved in boccia. It's not just putting a ball on your ramp or throwing it and trying to get it closer to the jack. You have to think 2 or 3 moves ahead of your opponent. That's why we quite often refer to it as very much like chess. Siobhan's done a lovely job there of rolling up onto the jack. Now we need to see what the blue team are going to do about that. They need to remove that ball if they're going to score any more points. They can't really move one of their own balls, although Rowan could knock the blue ball that's on the side up, so it's possibly touching the white ball, but I think from what we can see here, the red ball looks like it's pretty much stuck onto the white ball. So Liam coming up here, and I think he'll play with some power. Not a lot of power. Maybe he's got a hard ball that he's going to use from lower down the ramp. We'll see what his strategy is here. Notice Liam wearing sunglasses. What he's done there is blocked out one eye. Yeah, trying to knock that blue ball in. Really should have hit it a little bit harder. Yeah, going back to the sunglasses, blocked out one eye so that his aim is better just using one eye, as sometimes professional shooters, sporting shooters do. And Liam finds that to be very useful for him. Rowan lining up here. Moving the base of the ramp just a little bit. One minute left on the clock for the blue team. Siobhan's ramp extension is in the way of Rowan putting his ball down. You notice there that Nicole, Siobhan's ramp assistant, had to do everything with her back to the court. The ramp assistant, the ramp operators are definitely not allowed to look at the court. Always with their back turned to the court, as Peter is there too. It can be a lonely life being a ramp operator, although in this situation they can be watching the game behind, I suppose. They don't have any clue what's happening on the court unless perhaps the crowd cheer for a really good shot, and then they think that it will be okay. Some kind of problem here now. Referee going over to see what's happening. The blue team run out of time. Rowan's going to be given another 5 seconds to allow for that time that he had to use in asking for Siobhan's ramp extensions to be moved, and Siobhan's agreed to that. So he should have time to get this one ball away, and we'll see what happens there. It hit that ball that Wendy put in front of the jack, but obviously a very soft ball, so it didn't move too far when it was hit. So each of these players has 3 balls. Boccia's played on a 6-ball system, so if you've got 2 players in the team, they each play with 3 balls and share a jack. So what's happened here is the blue team have played all their balls. The red team are holding 1 point at the moment, and I think they would like more than that. So they're going to now try and see if they can maximise their lead. You may recognise Wendy's pointer there. That's a selfie stick. She's moved that ball there, which I think was probably the closest blue ball, to give them a wider circle to operate in. So my guess now that the red team would be holding 2 points. Siobhan now, I think, might come down between the red ball that's sitting on the jack and the blue ball behind it and see if she can bring a ball in there. Siobhan uses a hand pointer to release. The player has to be the last person to touch the ball. They have to be the one that causes the ball to roll down the ramp, which can be very exciting in the case of someone like Siobhan. The referee will be watching closely to make sure that it's done properly. And it can be very frustrating, I know, for Siobhan. The ramp operator just extending the pointer out a little bit. You can see here the sheer determination of these people. They take this game very, very seriously, as they should. It's a Paralympic sport after all, and Australia doing very well in the previous Paralympics just a few month or two ago, coming home with 2 silver medals in this BC3 classification. There we are. She's released the ball and won a victory for herself as well. 3 for now for the red team. Wendy going to put a ball down now, indicating to her ramp operator where she wants the ramp lined up and the ball that she would choose to use. You can see Wendy's got a chart in front of her. That is her calibration chart, so she knows where to put the ball on the ramp to give her the desired length. And that's worked beautifully for her. I would think 4 to red now. Siobhan has 1 ball left to go. And plenty of time. They've got 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. The players in this classification have 6 minutes to play all 6 of their balls. Siobhan with a much cleaner release this time. And another scoring ball. Hopefully that ball she pushed back is still a scoring ball. We'll have to find out when the referee there's going to be a measure, so the 2 captains can come out onto the court and watch as the referee measures for the final score. There'll be some balls that are obviously scoring balls, and if the players agree, then the referee may choose to remove very carefully those balls so that she can accurately measure the balls that are in question. But no, it looks like she's got a fairly good good. Look at the closest blue ball. So she's measured the closest blue ball, and now she'll see whether all the red balls in there are closer than that blue ball. So the athletes now have to go back into their positions in the boxes before the referee formally gives them the score. And then she'll turn around and indicate that to the scorer and timekeeper. And then it'll all be official. 6. So every ball that the red team put down is a scoring ball. 1 minute now between the end of the first end and the beginning of the second end, in which the ramp assistants collect all the balls, and the ramp assistants at this stage will turn their ramps to the other side so they're aiming towards the left-hand side of the court as we look at it, in the anticipation that the blue team are going to play their jack over on that side of the court. Probably 95% of the time that's a good assumption, and if you can do it in the dead time in between ends, it saves you doing it when your clock is running. So the ramp operators will always try to get that set up before the end of the 1 minute, which is just about to happen, and everyone's back in their box. Everything's set up for the next round. And being in the first of the blue boxes, Liam's turn to set the jack. Now Liam would have noticed where the red team play their best, and he will try probably to put his jack in a slightly different position, just so that you're not playing to your opponent's strengths, but playing to your own strengths. Let's see where he goes. He's gone for a fairly short jack too. So they must be pretty confident here that they can get a good hold on this first jack. Liam's intention now would be to roll his ball up, a soft ball I would imagine, right touching in front of that jack ball, but just a little to the right as we look at it, so that Siobhan and Wendy in the blue team have to knock it away before they can get a ball on the jack. So this is a crucial shot, and he's done beautifully. That's exactly where it should be. So now Wendy will have to make the decision on who takes the shot. It looks like it'll be Siobhan. You can see some hand movements there, some visual communication between Wendy and Siobhan. So when Siobhan is going to step up and see if she can move this blue ball away. You can see there the intricate movement of the ramp to the side. It's very much like, I've never aimed a rifle, but I imagine it's very much like aiming a rifle, where you have to look down the length of the ramp, and you can sometimes see a white mark right at the bottom of the ramp, which is where you're lining it up from where your viewpoint as the player. Siobhan's knocked the jack to the side and is still holding shot, has the next shot, so I think I just heard Wendy said knock the blue away, so let's see if that's the situation. That ball there did move the blue ball around to the right just slightly, which gives Siobhan a really good angle on it. She'll be using a rock, I should imagine, a very hard ball. A little easier for Siobhan to release from down there on the ramp. She's done that job, as her captain asked her. And Red still hold the next shot, so Wendy now could choose perhaps to move that white ball so it's tucked in behind the red ball, putting the blue team in exactly the same situation that the red team were at the beginning, and that they have to move the red ball to get access to the jack. Let's see if she's thinking what I'm thinking. I should say they can't hear this coverage. There's no communication. In fact, you're not allowed to take mobile phones, smartwatches or any communication device onto the court these days, because you could be receiving instructions from off the court, and coaching off the court is not acceptable. Wendy putting her extension on. Releasing it by hand. I think that's a good result for them. Rowan, though, may be able to come down between those two red balls, split them, and push the jack back onto the blue ball. I would say that it would be looking inviting for him at this situation. Rowan's been asked to play the shot by the captain, Liam, indicating to his ramp operator to move the ramp slightly to his right, our left. You can see there that he's got the end of the ramp raised so that he is looking straight down the ramp. Very hard to do if you don't have that, unless you've got a perspex panel in the ramp, which some ramp players do have. Yeah, going forward just up into the extension there with the ball holder. Lost the pointer there for a minute. Rowan getting a good grip on the pointer. The ramp operator will put the ball in that hole you can see in the ball holder. Position the hook so that Rowan can release the ball. Well done. And he's done a wonderful job there of knocking the jack back. So all that good work that the red team did to position those balls there has been undone with one ball from Rowan Eastley from Tasmania. Bit of conversation between the red team, Siobhan and Wendy. Some hand signals being given. It looks like Siobhan says she's got an idea here. A lot of thinking and a lot of strategy goes into these games. It's certainly not a game for somebody that doesn't enjoy the strategic aspects of sport. I'd say she's maybe looking to come down once again between those red balls, pick up the white ball, the jack, and trail it back just a little bit. Let's see. Lovely release from Siobhan. A little bit offline, hitting the red ball there. Now the red team now have 4 balls out. They perhaps have to think in terms of defending their lead here. Are they going to put some balls in that are going to block access to the jack for the blue team? Or do they think maybe they can afford to try and hold the jack? They're 6 up in the second end, not even halfway through the game yet, so they could go either way. I know Siobhan isn't a very conservative player. Siobhan always likes to be very proactive, get in front, take the jack, whereas Wendy, perhaps a little bit more conservative. They've both been playing together since well before I was playing boccia, so many, many years ago. And Wendy's done a lovely job there of knocking the red ball up in front of the jack. Blue to play, which means that that red ball is closer than the blue ball. Lovely to see that communication happening there between them. The communication a little bit more awkward, I think, between Rowan and Liam, because they come from so far apart. They wouldn't have had time to train very much together. Rowan coming from Tasmania and Liam from here in Liverpool in New South Wales. But they're doing really well for the fact that they've just come together for this competition. Once again, Liam taking as much time as he needs to aim his ramp very, very carefully. Putting on the triple extension, so he's going for maximum power here, I would say. Maybe looking to knock that blue ball up onto the jack in the same way that Wendy just did with the red ball. Again, his ramp assistant putting it on, releasing it, and trying to knock the ball away. Unsuccessfully, though, the red ball to me still looks closer than the blue ball. And the referee agrees. Blue still to play. The blue team still have 3 balls left to them. You can see 3 balls on the court there. So they still can take a hold on this end. Particularly from Rowan's point of view there. If you can get past that red ball that's close to that white line on the court that you can see, if you can get past that and come in between that and the blue ball onto the jack, that could be in his mind at the moment. Rowan asking for a change in the ball that he had there. Plenty of time on the clock, just under 2 minutes for the blue team to get the rest of their balls away. Here comes Rowan's ball. And he's got it closer than the jack, closer than the red ball on the jack. You must forgive my stumbles. It's still very early in the morning for someone like me. And this is the 4th day of a very, very long and enjoyable competition. I need another cup of coffee before I do my next game. Wendy lining up on this one. Her choice now may be to pick up that jack and to roll it back so that it's behind the red ball that you can see there in the head. Using the ability to play across Liam's box there to get the angle that she needs. Consulting the chart to choose which ball will do that job. 1 minute left for the red team, and they've only got 1 ball to get away, so I'd say they'll do this quite easily. Any balls that aren't played before the clock runs out get taken away. Yes, very nice, Wendy. Yeah. So Blue now have 1.5 minutes and 2 balls left to turn this around. Liam choosing to take the shot himself. Maybe again looking at that blue ball that can be pushed maybe about 4 or 5 centimetres up so that it's touching the jack. No, looks like he's going for power. Another option may be just to blow that whole head apart, and with the 2 balls they've got left, try to pick up 1 point. Hasn't really made a difference there. Maybe made it open a little bit for Rowan. Still plenty of time on the clock, 40 seconds to get this final ball away. The players can see the clock, so they know how much time they've got left. 30 seconds. No need to panic at this stage. And he's done it. I think he's got hold on the jack. The referee's decision. 1 to Blue. Well done, Rowan and Liam. Came down to the last ball. Good boccia. It's a really exciting game when it's played that way. And the crowd very appreciative here in the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. 1 minute now for the ramp operators to come and collect all the balls and then reorientate their ramps to the expected position for the red players to play the jack. A little bit of downtime for the referee as well. Lots of concentration going into a BC3 game. With so little room in those player boxes, as I said, 1 metre by 2.5 metres. When you're just a player in a wheelchair with your balls, there's plenty of room. But when you're a ramp player, you've got your chair, which is quite often a big 6-wheel wheelchair. You've got your ramp, you've got your balls, your ramp extensions and your ramp operator, and they all have to be in that very confined space. That's why ramp operators have to be part of the deal. In recent years, if in the BC3 classification, if a player wins a gold medal or a silver or a bronze, then their ramp operator gets the medal too, because they're part of what's happening, even though they're not making any decisions. Their commitment to the game and to the partnership is immense. Siobhan playing this jack, being the 3rd player from the right for the 3rd end. Is she going for the same spot that Wendy played her jack successfully in for the first round? Yeah, pretty much the same. So that would have been something that they've agreed in their training. But the ball is going to be, that's probably around about a 3 metre roll for both of them, maybe a little more. So they would have pre-decided here which balls they're going to use for this first shot and from what height on their ramp they're going to release them. So these first shots should be fairly quickly played. Siobhan again would have liked that to have just stopped in front of the jack, but it's on the jack, and that's a good start. Liam does have a shot at the jack though, so he's lining up now. You can see there too, It doesn't hurt for a ramp operator to be very flexible physically, to turn themselves into a ball and fit inside that box. Certainly something I would never relish doing. You can see there that Liam has perspex insert in his ramp, which gives him a much better view of what's going on, because he can see through the ramp and see the line that his ball is going to follow. They're asking for Siobhan's equipment to be moved right out of the way, which they've done. The rule there says that you should do nothing to impede your opponent. And that's exactly what was happening there. If Liam thought that Siobhan's equipment was in any way impeding his ability to play the ball, he was quite within his rights to ask for it to be moved. Siobhan now may go for a bit of power to move the blue ball. Giving instructions with her head to a ramp assistant as to which way the ramp should be turned, and a nod and a thumbs up for when it's in the right spot. Two extensions going on, so it looks like power, which would be the ideal thing, and using a very hard ball, I would think, too. The ramp operator placing the ball right on the top. Now Siobhan is going to have a little bit of trouble releasing this, I think. We'll hold our breath. The referee watching closely. Well done. The blue ball, obviously a very soft ball, but that has turned it. And that would give Siobhan now a good opportunity to finish the job and knock that blue ball away, and perhaps even leave her red ball in front of the jack. I can actually see the lineup of Siobhan's ramp from here, and not sure. Maybe she knows something I don't know. Yep, exactly what I was worrying about. She was aiming just a little to our right of the blue ball. Might have rushed it just a little bit there. Wendy having a go now. Moving the base of her ramp to give her a better line. The bases of these ramps these days are really heavy to give the ramp as much stability as they possibly can. Lots of hinges and adjustments on them that, as a throwing player myself, sometimes completely befuddle me. But the ramp operators know how these things work. You do have to bring some tools with you when you come to a competition, because when you've driven them quite a distance, as three of these players have, they need to be tightened and adjusted again to give you all the clearances that you need to have. Wendy moving, she had her front wheel just outside her box while she was lining up, which she's allowed to do, but when she releases the ball, all of her wheels have to be inside the box. I think Wendy's got a plan here. Sometimes you think a ball hasn't done what it was meant to do, but then at the end of a few balls, somebody plays a ball and you realise that they were structuring something that you haven't realised. Let's see what was in Wendy's mind. Trying to hammer that red ball in. But it does seem fairly firmly attached to that blue ball. When I say attached, they can't actually attach themselves. But a soft ball in front of a soft jack, very, very hard to separate them. And sometimes they do tend to move as a unit, the two balls, if you try to hit them, move back together instead of moving the blue ball away. Wendy consulting the chart here now to see what the calibration is for her next ball to do that job. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock and one ball to play. They still have a fairly handy lead here, 6-1. She's gone for a protective shot there. They've decided they're prepared to let the blue team have that 1 point, but they don't want them to get any more, so they've got 3 balls there lined up and close to the jack. That effectively blocks Rowan out of getting a direct shot onto the jack. Liam could do a draw shot down the side perhaps, but that's probably out of the question too. So maybe a little bit of power coming in here to break that up a little bit. They do have 4 balls left and 5 minutes, so plenty of time to make the decisions. No need to rush the choice. Two extensions, a triple ramp. What we in the Hunter call the Tower of Power, for Liam to try and make a change to what's here. He's knocked the red ball away, which has set up something there maybe for Rowan to come in from the side. I think that's what he's indicating there. You can see with Rowan being far over to our left-hand side of the court, can angle across and maybe add another point on by getting onto that jack there. Again, hand movements to his ramp operator, indicating where he wants the ramp to be aimed. Moving the base a little bit. As we said before, plenty of time on the clock, no need to rush the setup. Take your time, do it properly. As you can see there too, Rowan able to go into the box next to him, the unoccupied box, to line up his shot. But he does have to come back into the box before the ball gets released. Hand movements there, recognised by the ramp assistant, knowing exactly what to do. It's so good for we New South Wales players to have interstate players coming from Tasmania, South Australia, Western Australia, the ACT, and even New Zealand to play. I always talk about the cross-fertilisation that comes when you bring players from outside your regular playing group. Different ideas come with them, different strategies, different tactics. Even different equipment. Always good to see new people with new ideas. Rowan's knocked the red ball away there. 3 balls to come. And a minute and a half on the clock. Rowan may be able to now access the jack. It's a very tight shot, but I think he's got the skills to come past that front blue ball and perhaps just clip the edge of the white jack. Let's see if that's his idea too. Extending the hook pointer there. 1 minute to go. Just a little bit wide, a little bit wide. So that head there very tight at the moment, that group of 4 balls, proving problems for everybody. I'd say blue holding at this stage, but not able to do more than just the 1 point. Yes, 1 to blue is the score at the moment. Liam just asked for the score. 30 seconds. Now this is getting a bit tense now because they do have to get these balls away now within 20 seconds. This is where smooth operation by the ramp operator is very useful. Time finished now for the blue team. They'll have to give away their last shot with their blue ball. It's 1 to blue though, and they'll be happy with that, I think, with that tight situation that was set up there. So going into the last end, the score is 6 to red, 2 to blue. So 6 to the New South Wales number 2 team and 2 to the combined Tasmanian independent team, who are having a bit of a conference at the moment. Liam's over talking to Rowan to decide what they're going to do with the final end. Still all to play for here in this first game of the day in the Boccia Australia National Titles, being played in the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool in Sydney. Siobhan needing her glasses cleaned there. Lots of things happening in the 1 minute between ends. And everybody back in their box just in time. Some players coming off the court behind them, having finished their game. Throwers' games always take a shorter period of time, and in fact they're given a shorter period of time to play their balls in, because the use of the ramps and the intricate nature of the BC3 game does take a lot more time. So the 4th player from the right is Rowan, and this is the 4th end. So it's Rowan's turn to set the jack. And perhaps that is what he and Liam might have been deciding just at their conference there during the 1 minute between ends. Rowan communicating with hand movements there with his ramp assistant, ramp operator. Releasing the jack from fairly well down the ramp, so going again for a short jack. The jack can be played anywhere on this large area of the court. It could be played back as far as just under 10 metres, but most people in this game choosing to play it towards the front of the court. Easy to manipulate in the front of the court. It's harder to do knock-away shots and knock-out shots when the ball is long. So probably a wise choice. The ball holder set where Rowan wants it to be. The hook pointer set for the release of the ball, and all set now for Rowan to release it if he's happy with it. He's happy with it. Very good jack. Very good jack ball. The ball isn't touching the jack, but it is towards the right-hand side as we look at it of the jack, which means that it's in the way of the New South Wales number 2 team, Siobhan and Wendy, to access the jack. They could roll down the side of the blue ball, do a draw shot, and still be closer to the jack. But then all the blue player has to do then is knock the blue ball up closer. So I think they'd be going for something a bit more dramatic. Siobhan looking like she's lining up here for a power shot. Let's see if getting those glasses cleaned has made a difference. Good release from that height, and she's cleared the front of the jack. Well done, Siobhan. That means now, because the blue ball is still closer to the jack, the shot still remains for the red team to take. And Wendy Evans now looking like she's going to be taking the shot. They'd be wanting to do the same thing that Rowan did there. They'd want to get the ball in front of the jack, but not directly in front, just slightly to the right of being in front of the jack. And touching would be nice too. Wendy Evans here, not just a champion boccia player, but also a well-renowned sailor, having sailed for Australia and her home club all around Australia and around the world as well. And I'll say, to my detriment, a great Scrabble player as well. Yep, good shot there. Now, Liam perhaps trying to do the same thing that Siobhan did before. Knock this red ball away from in front of the jack. He's got the glasses on to give him a better aim. Going for the 2 extensions on top of the ramp. So again, I think we're looking at power here. A hard ball on top, perhaps. Good release. And that's probably not what he was trying to do. He's promoted the red ball up, so it now is sitting much more in front of the jack. But he has turned it slightly, so from his angle, he might actually now be able to push the jack away. Let's see. That's one of the beauties of playing pairs. When you're playing singles, you're playing from the middle 2 boxes, you and your opponent, and you basically only have one line that you can get. When you've got pairs, you've got those 2 angles that you can play into the head, and that makes the whole thing very, very different. Different strategies, different tactics, different things to think about when you make your decisions. Liam's indicated to his ramp operator where he wants the ball to be released. Maybe didn't go as far as he was expecting. Sometimes after all the calibration, the hours and hours and hours of calibration, the ball just decides it's not going to do what it says on the chart it's going to do. All part of the fun of playing boccia. Rowan's chance now, he could probably push that blue ball up a little bit to put it into where Liam would have expected it to go in the first place. Saying a little to the left, a little to my left, a little to my left. A bit more to the right. And the lineup's okay. Put it down. No, let's have another look, just to be sure. Thumbs up, so it's good. Now we select the ball and where we will release it from on the ramp. Some advice from Captain Liam. Two minutes to go, 3 balls to play. They've still got time to have a little bit of a discussion there. They do need to score 4 balls on this end, 4 points, to take it to a tie break, and 5 to take it to a clean win. It's certainly a challenge, I'd say, at this point. So they need to be clear on what they're trying to do. That one didn't quite work either. So they've got 4 balls out now, 2 to play, 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. I think they've got 1 ball each, so they've got 1 ball on each line from each angle. And I think a wise choice here with Liam taking the wider angle that he's got to try and access that jack. And maybe even push it a little way, they could still maybe get 3. 1 minute left to go. Red to play. So that means that the blue ball is now closer. New South Wales 2 may decide to defend here and make sure that they only get 1 point. And that would then leave them 6-3 with a win. There are situations in the heats where sometimes the points for and against can decide whether or not you win. And so they may go for the extra points as long as they don't take too many risks. I think Wendy might have cleared that. The crowd thinks so. No? Oh, the referee says still red. No. She's thinking again. Blue to play. Yep. Referees are human. Sometimes they need to take a second look. Rowan's seeing now if he can turn this around with their last ball. If he can clip the side, of the white ball and push it back so that their 2 blue balls maybe are holding, and along with this 3rd ball, could take them up very close. Could give them the 5. 10 seconds to release this final ball. He's released it. Unfortunately, it's just pushed the red ball closer. So the Tasmania and independent team have played all their balls. New South Wales 2 now have 3 balls left and 3.5 minutes to play them, so they may decide to go for more points here. There is a chance, if they hit that jack too hard, that it could run backwards and pick up the blue ball. But that's a risk they're willing to take. Obviously, they've got enough faith in their skills and their decision making. Wendy Evans taking the wide shot here, which is probably a wise decision, just coming in on that angle. They might like to know the score on that one, but no, looks like Siobhan's happy with it. They have asked the score. We couldn't see what the score was. But the coach is happy that she asked the score. She's made sure of it. That's good. One ball left to come. And it looks like Siobhan has the last ball there. Going from lower down on the ramp, probably just going to try and roll it in front of those 2 red balls to come in there. I think that's where the closest space to the jack is at the moment. Could still be 3. We'll find out when the referee does the measure. Having a good look at it from above. She's inviting the captains to come out and have a look at the head and see what her decision is. Always dangerous to pre-guess what the referee is going to say. From this angle, the balls look totally different from where the referee and the players are now. The distances are much more obvious when you are up there close to them on the court. Measuring the closest blue ball now and going to compare that with the 3rd red ball. I think I just heard 2 to red, but we'll see. Waiting till the athletes are all back in their boxes before the formal score is given. And finished 2 to red. Yep. So the final score in this game here, New South Wales 2, 8 points. Tasmania and Independent team, 2 points. Well, this has been a wonderful opening to the day. A BC 3 pairs match. New South Wales 2 coming out on top. But some wonderful shots being played by Rowan and Liam on the Tasmanian Independent composite team. Great work by the ramp operators who are coming out now to collect the balls. And congratulations to New South Wales 2, Wendy Evans and Siobhan Daly on their win. The players here just shaking hands, bumping fists. And nice to see that companionship off the court. Well, do stay with us. There'll be more coming up very shortly on our live feed here from the Boccia Australia National Titles being played here in the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. My name's Phil Bates. It's been lovely to have you along. I'll probably see you again later on in the day. Bye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, field 5, motion 46, DC 3, 281,
All right, we are back at the Boccia Australia National Titles of 2024. My name is Thomas Lunn. I am a former ramp operator and I'm the Sports Development Officer for New South Wales.
And I am Amanda Leeson, former ramp assistant of Jamison Leeson and currently still her mother.
Currently still her mother. That's good news. That's good news. We've just come off a double feature, actually. New South Wales won, who is Jamison Leeson and Mustafa, have played one game. They won 9-0, and now they've backed straight up into this game as well. So, well, I don't know if that will affect their gameplay at all, but I think it should be an exciting one nonetheless.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting match up here, I think. We've got Ivy down from Queensland, who is a very good up-and-coming player. A lot of experience there. So it should be a good, tough match.
Ivy's had some good games this tournament too, actually. It's been a good one. Got 1 minute left in our warm-up. We'll be good to go. Not sure what's happening here. We've got a bit of conversation from the referee.
I think it's just a little discussion about just general tidy up with the box there, with
Probably.
the equipment, I think, by the look
Getting
of that.
out of the way for your opponent, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit tighter with the pairs.
Super tight. I was lucky. I never had to play any pairs matches, so I just got to watch from the sidelines. But
We're always stuck in the middle box. It's
yeah, the middle
interesting
box not
to
fun.
get out, especially it's a bit easier now without COVID restrictions to be able to
yeah,
turn
true.
around.
Having to go all the way out the back of the box, absolutely.
Yeah. Looking forward to this match. It should
Me
be
too,
a
me
nice,
too.
tough one. It should be great. Bit of state rivalry happening.
Now, do you know what the result of Jam's pairs games yesterday was?
I think 9-0 possibly.
Now, I don't want to jinx it, but Jam has not conceded a point this whole tournament.
She has not.
So, will we see another continuation of this trend? It's really her trend to lose, unfortunately, at this point.
It is. I don't think it was an intentional thing
No, I
that she
don't
set
think it
out
was
to do,
either.
but it's just the way it's panned out.
Well, I mentioned it
so-
to her yesterday at the conclusion of the singles matches, and she said, yep. And I said, what about doubles? She said, oh, not so sure. Well, we'll see how we go. They've been playing excellently, Jam and Mustafa, so...
Yeah, she has. I think it's actually been a little bit of a turned into a little bit of a joke because I hear that her Australian teammate Dan has had a little goal all these years
I didn't know
to
that.
not drop a point
I didn't know
to
that.
go through, and I think Jam's beaten him to it.
She's beat Dan at Nationals anyway, though, so she's already ahead of the game, I feel like.
Yeah, I think she's flying under the radar. I think we were just about ready to start here.
We've had the call for the first ball. Timer is ticking, and Mustafa to play our jack.
We've got Musti going first.
Looking like we're going to go just beyond the V here, this release. And there we are.
Yeah, it
I'm
looks
going
like,
to 3.1. That's my call for the distance.
yeah, it looks like their standard position that they've played this
Yeah.
tournament.
Yeah.
So
Which is interesting because Musti's usually playing long in his singles games. But I think obviously in pairs you've got a much wider range to kind of come onto the ball and cut angles and that sort of stuff. So it feels like short might be the way to go.
yeah. And I think it's been great for him to be playing with Jam.
Yeah.
Just gives you a different dynamic and different aspect.
Yeah.
And it's a great learning
Super
thing
good
for other
learning.
players. I think it's great that Jam can share a bit of knowledge.
Definitely. Oh, just a little too much by the looks of it.
Still nice and close to the jack.
Still close. Probably open for the inside of blue rather.
Looks like Ivy might be getting ready to take a shot.
Maybe
Possibly.
clearing up the space, I guess. You would think Queensland could just pull onto the front there, cutting that angle, but maybe they're trying to open it up give a bit more of a chance. Maybe create a bit of a backstop for the ball.
Yeah. I think they're going to open the angle up a bit to get a better
We might see...
shot onto that jack.
I'm quite intrigued as to what's going to happen here. Got a bit of a privileged position being able to see what angles the players are actually cutting against the ball, so...
Yeah, it's very interesting to be on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Being former ramp assistants. Oh, it was
That falls out
a
there.
great shot. He's opened it up there
Has
for his
opened it
partner.
up.
Her
Definitely can
partner.
come on the inside.
Yeah, nice open up there by Ivy.
Now this line looks like it's coming straight onto the red there, not onto the jack.
Yes.
Just realizing I've got to remember to commentate and not just watch the game.
If they can get a good ball onto the jack here, it could block up Jamison a little bit. So
I think so, yeah. But that is the thing about pairs, because Musti then can... Well, he's right on the edge of his box, so I'm not sure if he can get to the outside after this, but we'll see.
see where this. Yeah, nice ball.
Good angle on it, good line. Just needs a little more welly, I think. Yeah, blue to
Still blue
play.
go. I think Ivy will probably take this next shot. You can see where the ramp assistant is not allowed to turn around and is just has to do what they're instructed by their player.
It's killer. It's always killer.
They cannot talk to their player, which is
Don't
one of
say
the harder
anything. That's the
things
worst
to
bit,
do.
right? I was trying to get the draw up here, but it looks like can't really see anything. It's all right. Something I've always been interested about is the timing with pairs, because we're currently 3 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock for Queensland, which for 4 balls is pretty tight. Like I mean, they'll get this one off and then have plenty of time, but obviously the operation is a bit different. Ooh, that is a pretty decent shot, actually.
Still
It's pulled the
maybe
red far
blue
back.
to go.
I think you might be right.
Possibly. It's
Just
half
needed
an
a
hour
bit
angle.
more behind
Yes.
it. There we go, blue to play again.
Yeah, just
3
hit
balls
that
left on
red
that
ball,
shot.
just a slightly wrong angle, a little bit harder. It would have been a perfect shot. Yeah, but like you said, with the time, with BC3 having the ramps, it takes that bit longer in time.
Yeah.
So in pairs, they're actually 7 minutes
Yeah,
versus
I know.
6 with the throwing categories.
Even that 7 minutes though, you see lots of teams, or lots of pairs rather, come up very short on the time.
Yeah, a lot of balls do not get to be played. I think that happened in Jamison's and
Last
his
game,
last
yeah.
game.
Yeah, absolutely. It did.
Not sure that we'll see it in this match.
No, it seems to be
Potentially.
getting their shots off pretty quickly. Although 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. The ball's being put on the ramp.
Looks like it's got a nice line here.
Coming onto the front of that inside blue by the looks of it to push the red further back.
Yeah, nice ball.
Well done.
Nice shot.
Well done. Excellent shot.
So now what do you think Jamison and Worcester will do?
Probably going to play some balls down the ramp. I think Jam's going to come on to the same blue there and try and... Although, I don't know. I would have said... Ooh, I'm not actually too sure, to be honest. Maybe in between those two blues and try to open it up a little bit.
So for those that are out there watching, each player gets to play in pairs 3 balls, and they get to pick which of their set that they play with. So potentially they have a couple of soft, super soft, medium, hard, and as a pair they will work out which ones they want to play with, and so it makes it interesting to see their shot selections. Gem is using her rock.
Oh, cleared it right up. Looks like Jam's going to take this shot with a soft and draw up onto the...
Yeah, I think she's got a sticky left, what we call a sticky, which is a super soft ball, which is very hard to get off the jack if you get it on, which is why we call it a sticky ball.
Yeah. Interesting. I'd actually like to know what ball set Queensland have here, so we can see, or so we can know their options after this shot.
I think the Queensland team, I think they've been able to train a bit together, so they should know
what
how they play, which
off of
is
each
good.
other's.
And I actually hear on the grapevine that Jamison and Worcester have done a little bit of training
Done a
together.
little bit, right? Yeah. I know
during the
Jam
past
has
week.
had...
Oh, great shot.
Wowee, excellent shot.
Great shot. There is a potential I can see here, just slightly, for a what we call a jack clip
Oh yeah,
from Queensland, which could potentially move the jack back from the red ball and open it up a bit for Ivy to maybe get a shot in. Or they could try and push the blue one through.
So I was just thinking, but it looks like it might be just too far back. Not sure what I was going to do. Hard to tell from where we're sitting.
Us so-called experts, being
Us
X-ramp
experts.
assistants, what we would play.
Us two, who by nature couldn't see the court, are now coming to be experts on this sport.
Now have the pressure off, so I can understand what these poor ramp assistants, ramp operators,
Thank you very much.
now are going through. Can be quite nerve-wracking at times.
Especially Jazz stuck in our box. That's a 1 minute call for
1 minute
Queensland
call
already.
for Queensland with 2 balls to play. Oh,
Not sure what
bad
happened
luck
with the
there.
lineup
Maybe
there.
the ramp may have
Ramp
been
might have
moved.
moved.
By the look of that.
From here, definitely the line's off. So it's
Yeah.
30 seconds. This will be tight for Ivy to get off. Oh, might get it though. Yeah, look at this. It'll get off in time.
Yeah. Plenty of time. No stress.
Easy. This is maximum utilization of
stress.
time. It's not running show of time.
Oh, great
and
shot.
Push the blue
Oh,
through.
perfect.
Wowee.
Nice shot there by Ivy
With
from
8
Queensland.
seconds to go.
It is now red to go. Blue have played all their balls.
That's it.
So now New South Wales 1 have a 3-ball, what we call an end phase, which means blue, the opposition, have played all their balls.
Looks like Musti's going to push the jack back here, I think. Open up the space a little bit. New South Wales with 3 balls left, so 2 on Musti's side and 1 for Jamison.
Yeah.
I think if Musti can open this up, pull the jack back a little bit, should be plenty of space to get
So you can see
maybe
that
even 3 or 4 points.
you can see that Jamison's ramp is overhanging into the next box, which it's allowed to do as long as it doesn't touch the ground.
Touch the ground is key there. Looking from here.
Very close.
I won't say anything too loud so the referee can hear it.
Generally,
but,
you can see the ramp move
it's
down
moving.
as the ball runs down.
Being a Paralympic player, though, it is millimetre accuracy, so I'm sure there's some space between the floor and the bottom of that ramp.
Yeah, my favourite little trick was I used to run my fingernails underneath it
Yeah,
to make sure.
that's
I had
space. That's space.
Oh, great
and well
shot.
shot by Musti.
Currently 1 to red
That looks
with
good.
2
So
more balls to play.
plenty of open space. Might end this with 3, dependent. Although Jam has got a little bit of a blocker in that blue, although I think she can make it through that gap.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap there.
Musti with plenty of space to draw up the side there, so as long as his calibrations are accurate, he should be fine to get in that space. And I can see Coach Ken spectating from the sidelines, leaning over the fence there to have a look in. He was.
He's looking on. Bit nervous there, Ken looks.
He's even though he's helping organise and assistant TDing this whole thing, he still comes by his players to check on them.
It's good to see all the other players sitting here on the sideline watching as well, cheering on their teammates.
Actually, the spectating has been fantastic this whole competition, I think. Everyone's been around to look. We've had plenty of non-players spectating too, which is always a big boost.
It's good. And the volunteers that come down
Yeah.
that don't have involvement with the sport that have come down to help out
Yeah.
and come back year after year, it's just, can't thank them enough. Oh, great shot. Great
Well
draw up
done,
the side
Musti.
by Musti.
Now a minute and a half or so for Jam to line up and get through that shot. Let's see how this one goes.
A
Bit of trouble with the pointer.
releasing the.
Plenty of
might
time
need
there.
to change the angle on that.
I'm blaming Jazz for this
thinking.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, got off anyway. Right up the middle there.
Oh, just, yes.
Not too bad.
Looks like it's
Well
going
shot
to
by
be
Jamison there.
3 red.
Oh, we're just checking.
Potentially.
Looks like 3 red. We'll see when this paddle turns around. Obviously the players
No
have the chance to
balls.
come out, but they've both decided not to. And 3 red.
3 red
for the
and
end.
finished. Great end there by New South Wales 1. Good starting point. Be interesting to see where Queensland, Jack Blank Bay play.
Yeah, it will be interesting actually. I'd love to see a long end or two. Musti's been shining out there, so it'd be fantastic to see if he can bring that back. Look at these ROs, focused as ever. Straight on, picking up these balls.
I'd actually probably go long.
That would be great. I want to see
I
some
think
long
I'd
ends.
like to change it up. I think it should be good. Give them a bit of a different length.
I'd love to see some long ends. Always
Good
exciting.
9
Nail
minutes.
biting, really. "15-second call in our 1-minute break."
It's so different commentating.
I know.
This is playing.
I know.
We should do this at Brisbane.
Yeah. We should do this everywhere.
Yeah.
At training, maybe I'll come back and just sit down and commentate. Eh?
Okay,
All
ready
right.
to recommence
That's
with
the jack call.
blue to go. Play their jack first. Be interesting to see what jack length they play here. So at the start of each end, of each jack, they must what they call break their plane with their ramp, which means to swing it 20 centimetres each direction. So they can't pre-line up during the 1-minute break.
Wow, you remembered the exact centimetre length. That's impressive.
I know, right? Give me a
I definitely
quiz.
just swung it as far as I could and see what happened.
And you have to make it quite obvious to the
Yes,
referee
to the
because
referee.
sometimes it is missed and then the
Get
jack
penalised.
is taken away. You get penalised.
Does the jack go to play? What happens there? Does the other team play?
The other team get to play the jack.
Maybe you should be out there reffing about that.
I think I'll stick to my long bowls. Pretty sure Jem gets her boccia from my long bowl abilities.
Yeah, probably. There you go. A lot of similarities.
No, it's interesting to note, this is Jem 6 years ago was her first nationals.
6 years ago,
And she
wow.
actually took Dan to a tie break in the final.
That's pretty good.
To
That's
the
pretty
last
good.
ball. Here we go.
Oh,
What length do you think?
It's 3.2.
3-2?
That's what I'm calling.
I'll go to about 3-6.
3.6. It is deceptive when you're at the end of the court.
Yeah. So a little bit longer than what New South Wales have been playing. So this will be interesting to see how they go.
Oh, you know what? You might be closer. You might be right. See, this is where I've always thought the teams need to be super, super quick with their plays. So we're down to 5 minutes left on the clock for Queensland, which certainly is still a lot of time, but you've really got to get that jack and that first ball off as quickly as you can, so you've got plenty of time to analyse what your opponents are going to do.
Yeah, ideally you want to play your jack and your first ball in about 45 seconds
Yeah,
or
definitely.
under, just to give yourself more time during the rest of the game for lining up your shots and giving a bit of thought to where you may like to play.
If you can nail that in pairs, you've got, over 6 minutes left for your 5 random balls. Plenty of time.
Exactly. And in pairs, you also have to allow time for communication
of
amongst the
course.
partners.
Deciding which player is going to play.
Good first ball.
Pretty good first ball.
Nice and close to the jack.
Very close. Might be touching a little to the right, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like Jan might be able to see a fair amount of the jack.
Yeah, you can actually hear Jamison quite loudly and Musti communicating with each other,
Yeah,
which
they're
is an important
good at
part
that.
of pairs.
Yeah, they're very good at that. Getting that communication down.
Just need to be clear and concise. Looks like Musti's lining up the shot.
Musti might have all of the jack in front of him. Did you ever play with a stool?
Yes, I
Sit
did.
on a stool?
Yes.
I never got a stool.
I played with a stool that had wheels. I had wheels on it and a section underneath for sitting the balls in.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh, I did have a wooden one, but I think I broke it really quickly.
But
I never played with it in competition.
the problem with those where they used to slip out from underneath you and you would obviously
Fall
fall
on your
on your
butt.
backside, which
I was definitely going to say
pretty
something.
embarrassing. I've seen Ash
Yeah,
Dan's
actually.
rampers have a few good... And they take up quite a lot of room in the box, so potentially...
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
ideal. Oh,
Look
great
at that,
shot there.
opened right up.
Clearing shot by Musti. So the jack's nice and open now for either of them to draw on.
I think Jan's going to take this shot.
I think the blue ball is about 2 to 3 balls away from the jack.
Yeah, plenty of room to play with.
And the jack has moved back just slightly. Ooh, a little bit short
Little
there by
short from
Jamison.
Jan.
She's about 3 balls short. I think it's still going to be red to go.
Oh, blue to play.
Oh, blue
Wow,
to go.
eh?
A little bit deceiving from our
Deceptive.
angle.
Yeah. Anything directly out behind you, like depth, is really hard to calculate, I've always found.
Yeah, plenty of drawing room there still.
Yeah.
I think Ivy might take the shot. I think she
Absolutely.
might still have a clear shot straight onto that jack.
Right from the
Potentially.
edgemost space. I'm looking around us at the Boccia Nationals. It's quite a diverse. I love these BC4 Open categories. You got such a diverse level of player around.
It's so good to see that it's such an inclusive sport.
Oh yeah. I've been flogging us as the world's most inclusive sport on our flyers and brochures. Now, I haven't checked with all the other sports, but I'm saying we're the world's most inclusive sport.
I definitely think it is.
Excellent. Well, we've decided in this commentary box right now that
We'll
this
take
is
a
the
vote.
world's... Yeah. Okay, let's vote. I think it's the world's most inclusive sport.
And I think it is too. So
Well, there you go. It's the world's most inclusive sport.
there you have it. There you have it.
Can't hear any
Hearing it
objections.
live.
Yeah, live from
Australian
us.
live stream, Boccia Nationals. Oh, great shot by
It's a
Ivy.
beautiful shot. Perfect space between, like, really got it up there beside the red.
And it's in a great spot. Can be hit up from there
Yeah.
if need be.
Looks like Jam's going to take this one, so she must have some space there.
I think she's just going to play onto that
Or
front
push
red.
that red up.
I
Yeah,
think.
good point.
Probably use a rock.
And lots of time on the clock for New South Wales too, with 4 minutes left after this ball's played for just 3 balls. Pushed it right up, and
great
that's right
shot
on
by
there.
Jamison. Probably potentially a little bit too hard. It did bounce back.
Did come
There's
back
still
a little
bit
bit.
of space.
Came off.
I think for a silver medalist, I think it could have been a little bit more.
I like this. I
I'm
like
harsh
this.
to become a mother. I'm
Good,
allowed
good.
to be.
I think, yeah. We can't let Jam's head get too big, let's be honest.
No.
Silver medal, couple months. Well, I mean, really, what is that, right? At the Paralympics? Who's even heard of that competition?
I think it's actually great that she's come and played.
I agree.
She could have taken a break.
I agree. And she has been taking a little bit from her training. Not too much, but a little bit off.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
come straight back in.
She's had to catch it up on her uni work.
Of course.
And she just recently had a visit back to her hometown of Dunedoo.
Oh, right.
Tiny little town with 700 people.
Why
and
would you
had
go
a
out
bit
there?
of a
That seems
welcome
like it's
home.
way too far away.
But, and took a little break, which was nice for her.
Excellent.
But yeah, she just wanted to come back and just play where she started. This is
Good
where
idea.
she's come through the system, and potentially we've got other Australian athletes sitting here ready.
There must be.
To be picked,
In all of those
like-
sorts of towns, there must be athletes waiting to play, ready to play, basically. Queensland are coming tight on their time again here. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock, but still 4 balls to play. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Looks like they're about to get one off. Might leave them with 1:30.
Yeah. Could potentially. I'm not sure if they could possibly ricochet off that blue one
That's what
from
I was
that
thinking,
far
maybe
box.
in between the blue and the red. I'll
So-
just see the angle from here.
A ricochet shot is where you use a shorter front ball to bounce off and then come onto the jack at an angle.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too short for that. Might actually unintentionally be blocking.
Could be a good blocker for Jamison there.
Yeah. Or maybe that was the intention. Can't hear the players' communication too well from here.
No. I think Ivy might be laying up to potentially play onto that blue.
That's the 1 minute call for Queensland, so they really need to get a move on if they're going to get all their balls off here.
Yeah, they've still got 3 balls, so it's going to be very tight for them in time.
If Ivy can get one up the middle here, right onto the jack.
Sticky.
Oh, just hit that red.
Great
Still
attempt.
looks like there's space though to get it in there, but Ivy's got to get a move on with 42 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it was a great attempt there by Ivy. It's just a little bit to the left, I think. Could be the court as well.
Oh,
You never ever get a dead level court in boccia, so you've got to learn to allow for the turn.
Absolutely.
That's what you use your warm up for at the start of a game on the court.
20 seconds left on the clock. It looks like Ivy will get this one off. Yeah.
Oh, great ball there
Brilliant
by Ivy.
shot for what is likely their last one of the end. That is a brilliant
Beautiful
ball.
shot. I think that's a bit of a harder ball, so that may potentially move from the jack.
True.
If it's hit at the right angle.
Did look like it, but needed to play that one as it did pull the jack back with the shot too. So
Yeah, they've got 11 seconds left on the clock. And
I
one
don't think
ball
they're getting
left,
another shot
so-
off, unfortunately. Jam and Musti have managed their time excellently so far with 3 minutes 45 seconds left for 3 balls. So we'll see how they can break down this puzzle here.
And I think that just comes down to a bit of experience there on Jam's behalf.
Definitely.
On
definitely.
lining up and with her ramp operator.
Definitely.
Having her experience, learning where to save a bit of time. We used to have little routines that I used to do. I don't know about you, yourself.
What are your routines you used to do? We're giving out trade secrets.
Yeah, used to kind of have the slide at Jam's line-up position ready, the back arm done, ready to swing it round and line it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just little things. Oh, great
what a
ball.
Oh my
The
goodness.
blue ball has stayed there.
Blue ball stay, but really opened up the space. It looks like Musti might have an
Yeah.
angle from the
It's-
outside of his box.
Would be a bit hard to get to.
Wowee.
Potentially, if they can get rid of that blue ball, red will have a pick up a few shots.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that they can get to that ball.
Jam. Does Jam have any more balls though? So it's just Musti to play.
Yeah.
Jam's heading out onto the court to have a look now. So this is something you can afford when you do have lots of time left on the clock.
Yep. So once they come out to have a look with BC3 category, they must break their plane when they go back in, and the player must have their 2 wheels in the box before
Yeah.
they can do it.
Can't stand out there and get your partners to line up while you're looking at it, unfortunately.
You possibly just heard Jamison say break. So both players, if you have balls left, must break your plane.
Yeah.
If you don't have balls left, you don't have to.
Yes, yes.
And I did happen to pick up in one of the pairs games against France over in Paris that the French player did not break his plane and got away with it.
Frustrating as an RO because you can see those sorts of things, but you can't call out to the ref or tell your player that that's happened.
Yeah, which results in a penalty.
Yes.
It's a ball retraction, and then it's a penalty at the end of each end. So if a penalty is given away during a game, what they do is one player gets to pick one of their balls and gets to draw a free shot to the cross. If
Yep.
it is within that box without touching the lines, then they get an extra
point on the
bonus
board.
point.
What an amazing sentence to say. I saw one of the French players in Paris playing.
Won't mention any names.
Shot out the side by Musti right onto the jack. That is an excellent ball
Great shot
to
there by
secure
Musti.
this end, given no mistakes. 10 seconds for Queensland to play. Unless they can instantly get this ball off. 5 seconds on the clock. They might do, though.
It's
It
not
looks like
going to
it's tight.
happen, and that will be
And
time.
that's time,
for
unfortunately. So
Queensland.
they'll have to stop, or the referee will block this ball. All right. It's tight. That's a really hard one to play at the end there.
Yeah.
New South Wales now with a minute 37 on the clock.
2 balls left to play. I think they have 1 ball. They've got 1 ball each, and it. Looks like Jamison maybe.
No, there's only 1 ball left on the court.
1 ball left,
Yeah,
sorry.
their ball count on the screen's off. That's all good. Now, Musti actually played, I believe it was hockey, he was telling me, and another sport for 10 years internationally for Australia as well.
Right, wow.
So he's got a lot of high-level experience, and I think that's showing in this game, not necessarily through the mechanics of the game, but through, as we said before, things like time management, things like,
Keeping
he's
cool
only
under
been
pressure.
playing, keeping cool under pressure. He's only played for 9 months, I believe, and he won the bronze
Wow.
here
Wow.
yesterday, and obviously having quite a lot of success with his pairs partner. Oh,
That's great
that
to
ball
see. I
just a
believe-
little short, a little wide, unfortunately.
I believe New South Wales in the BC3 got a gold, silver, and bronze yesterday in the individual. With
Was it all
I think
New
it was
South Wales?
Jamison,
Oh yeah, of course.
Wendy.
It was Wendy, the jam
Yeah,
player,
yeah,
Oh
and
goodness gracious.
Musti, so it was good. Musti's
New
first
South
nationals.
Wales,
with,
well done. Yeah.
Come away with bronze in
I know,
individual.
come away with the bronze on your first one is fantastic.
There we go, end finish, and that was 1 to New South Wales. Nice tight game here.
Super tough. It's a good game. What does that bring the score to? Is that 3-0?
Close enough. So if Channel 9 are out there listening to us, I think we should be shoe-ins for Brisbane, just saying.
If Channel 9 are out there listening to us and scoping out commentators for 8 years' time, I'm there.
We're up for hire, going cheap.
And I don't need pay, I just free tickets to the Brisbane Olympics.
Yeah, just to watch the
Paralympics.
boccia, just the boccia. Okay.
I mean, I am interested in the other sports. I do love the boccia. And the jack has been handed off to Jamison, so
Jamison,
cool.
they will break their plane as per the rules. The BC3. Yeah, it looks like Jamison's just played the same length that they played for their first end. So no.
Oh, so I've just watched an excellent shot from Kennedy over on court 4. There's a lot of downtime for spectating in the BC3 games, so even as ramp operators, I feel like we would look around and watch the other courts. Look at this, Jam getting her jack and her first ball off in under 40 seconds by the looks of it.
Oh, nice
and that is a
ball.
brilliant first ball from Jamison.
That's an impressive first ball by Jamison there. That's exactly where you would like to have your first shot played onto the jack. Takes a bit of stress off as a player.
Takes a lot of stress off getting that first ball down.
Boccia is a kind of game that's about efficiency.
Yeah.
I think the less balls you can use to get the shot, the better.
Definitely.
Doesn't always pan out that way, however.
No, and sometimes you do need to set things up, obviously, but if you can end with that, 2-ball, 3-ball end phase, certainly puts you in a good stead to score some points.
Yeah, and when you play overseas, you don't necessarily play on the flooring that they're playing on here. We've played on ice skating rinks over in Montreal.
That's right, on the cracked concrete of the ice skating rink.
And like rubber kind of floors.
Oh, we played on everything, I feel like.
Yeah, so you've just got to allow.
Bahrain
the
was like a
surrounds.
basketball court, but it was more wood than the lacquer, I feel like. That was an interesting one too. Bash. let's
Oh,
open
good
that
shot
one
there
up.
by Ivy. She's
Oh,
opened up the
slowly
jack.
rolling.
And has done it with the 1 ball, so that's a really good shot there by Ivy. And she's got a really nice little draw straight onto that jack. The red ball isn't quite touching. Yeah, Ivy could potentially be looking for a home, with it being Brisbane.
Oh yeah,
up
some
there,
home
being
nominations. I'm
from
sure there's lots
Queensland.
of players looking out to actually kind of nail that home Paralympics. You do get assigned, is it 1 slot per categorization, I think?
Yeah.
Automatically out of as a
For the
host
home-
nation.
Host nation, that's correct.
So there'll be lots of Australian representatives, and then I think over the next 8
Qualifiers.
years, lots of people trying to qualify, lots of people
Yeah, which would be
getting
great.
points up on their rankings and all that sort of stuff.
It'd be great to see some of the other categories and not just the BC3.
Be fantastic. I think that'll start to develop as the sport goes on.
Oh,
And that is
great
a brilliant
shot
shot from
by
Ivy
Ivy.
too. Well done from Queensland
Perfect.
there. Red to play.
That was Paris-worthy shot, that one.
That was a really good shot. That was a fantastic shot. I'm assuming Musti's going to play here with the space in that.
Yeah, Jamison cannot see that jack at all. So it's been a good blocker for her. And being a sticky ball, it's going to be hard to get off. Musti potentially should be able to open it up.
Now this is interesting. Jam offering her expertise on Musti's calibrations too, which I think is an excellent idea. I think once you started playing at that international level, you get a real feel for the balls and their calibration rather than necessarily just working off the calibration sheet that you've developed in training and in warm-up. Musti's cleared that one
great
open.
shot. It's going to be blue to go. I think that red ball is closer.
Does look like it.
Jamison, if you note at the ramps, Jamison's is different to the other three. However, Jam's original ramp is the same as those three. So she's got a bit of an idea
Yes, right.
of,
Yeah, of course.
the calibrations on those
Calibrations
ramps.
on that.
Jamison's ramp is actually made here in Australia
Yes,
by
that's true.
a guy called Matt. Love Matt.
Shout out to
They're
Matt
sick.
on the commentary.
Wonderful work there, Matt.
These ramps are excellent, these little ones that the international players have been using.
I would love his mind. He's very smart. And the other three ramps are actually Korean ramps,
Yes, that's right.
which are manufactured by the same ones that make some of the balls, Victory Sports.
I know a lot about ramps.
I had a lot of experience using that ramp. I started when Jamison started
Yes.
because she didn't have a ramp operator, so it was a learning curve for the pair of us at the time. But it's nice to actually be on this other side and be able to watch the game.
Yeah, you get to sit back. I was going to say maybe less stress, but it might
Yeah,
actually
it
be
is.
more stress. Oh, it is less
Yeah,
stress?
no,
Okay,
it's good.
excellent.
I'm just chilling.
Still interesting to see, even though two Queensland players and Musti have the same ramp, each of them is slightly different to what the player uses, so they can kind of change how their calibration works. Musti's got, I believe it's rubber down the centre of his ramp to add some grip to the ball. Oh,
One's
this shot just a
just
little
gone
bit wide, but
little
it
bit to
looks
the
like
left.
it. Ooh, I don't know if it's holding.
I think it's closer. Just it's going to be a
He's
measure
going to
here.
measure.
Yeah, as you were saying about the ramps, you can see that some of them have the clear slides
Yes.
that they line up with the ramp down
Yep.
on the ground.
Yep,
And others choose to have the ramp lifted up
absolutely.
and to line up.
And the clear slide for Jam, actually a relatively recent addition.
Yes, it is, only for Paris.
Didn't have it for Taipei, did they?
No.
Just for Paris?
No,
right?
just for Paris. I think that was one of Dan's ideas.
Dan's got plenty of ideas for ramps. He's on top of that sort
He's
of
the
stuff.
idea man.
I believe, this could be incorrect, but I believe Dan was one of the first players, even internationally, to put sandpaper on the ramp to add
Right.
grip to the ball. And then I think international players followed suit. So-
Wow.
and now they're evolving even beyond that because the Jam and Dan have gone to rubber strips.
Yeah,
After trying a few different things, I believe.
yeah. I think the sandpaper was affecting the balls. It was
Definitely
taking
added some
the
wear
surface
time
off
onto the
ball,
balls, yeah.
which
We used to play with some super sticky balls that had like almost a coating on the surface, and that would just get stripped straight away when you use the sandpaper. Like it would just disappear in months,
yeah.
which obviously not great for the lifetime of your ball or playing.
So for all the people at home that don't realise, before you actually come onto the court, you go into what we call the call room before you come onto the court, and there all the equipment is checked. So the ramps have to fit into, with extensions all on, fully extended, have to fit into a certain length of box and cannot overhang it, and all the balls are checked.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
when we refer to the wear of the balls, if the surface is too damaged, they cannot play with that ball.
Absolutely. And worse yet, I believe if it explodes and breaks on court, there's a penalty or something involved there. I can't quite remember what it is, but if it passes ball check but then does break while it's rolling on court, you have, absolutely not a fun time with the results of that.
No. And the balls also have to be within a certain weight range. And when you travel internationally or even possibly to Queensland, sometimes the moisture can get in the balls,
Oh yes, the weight
which can
changes.
affect the ball weight, and have seen people have their balls taken off.
An
Great shot
excellent
there
shot
by
from
Musti.
Musti there, though.
Nice little draw straight onto the front of the jack there.
And blue to play. 3 minutes left on their clock with 3 balls to play as well.
Yeah, they've got 3 minutes to go, so should have plenty of time here. I can hear Ivy communicating there very well. Helping with a bit of instruction, I think.
Quite a tight end, this one, actually.
It's been a good game. It's
Looks
been a
like
great
some
match.
space for Ivy to draw in. Yeah, been a great match.
Queensland played some really good shots here. it's interesting to see that neither team has their coach at the end of the court,
that's
which
true.
they are permitted to have during the game. The
That
coach
is
cannot
true.
communicate in any way to the players during
During the
playtime,
ends, correct.
but is free to talk to them during the 1 minute break.
Ooh, push up to the
Little-
hack.
Little unlucky. In a good spot, should that jack be hit back?
2 balls left too, so plenty of chance to recoup.
Yeah, should there be slight movement on that jack, it could go back to that blue ball. So it could be a good shot there by Ivy.
Definitely.
A really great
Yeah, with the
decision.
coaches, it is interesting because I think Queensland, although I believe it's Bruno that is their official coach, I'm not sure how much working with the players they've all got a chance to do. And then Phil is the New South Wales coach, and obviously, and this is with both of the coaches too, such a large player base to manage. Who do you actually go on and coach for? Like, how do you pick which team you're going to support? Sometimes they may even offer a little bit of a better perspective off court, being able to watch as many games as possible and giving their feedback afterwards.
Exactly.
And of course, Jamison training with Coach Ken in her regular training sessions as well. So
Yeah, with her vast knowledge there, it's more beneficial, I think, for Phil to potentially be able to stand back and watch all the other games as well. And
yeah, be able to offer assistance to all of your players post game.
great shot
That looked
there.
like a pretty good shot. I'm just wondering if it's actually it's still blue to
not
play.
good. I think
okay.
that red one may just, if it's not touching, it's not far off touching at the front
Yeah.
there.
But just a little bit more space between the
Yeah,
jack
it was,
and the
it
blue.
was a great shot though. It's made it, I think it's
Sounds like
made
they're
its second
trying to
shot.
Pull it right in here. 30 seconds left on the clock though. This is going to be a tight one.
If you
They'll
can,
need to really...
potentially if you could
nail the
hit that
power
red
here.
onto that jack.
I was just
The
thinking
jack
that
may
pushed
pop
the
back a
jack
little.
back, but will the red come off is the question.
It's not a sticky ball, so
Looks, the
no.
lineup looks pretty wide here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
10 seconds left, just
Yeah.
too wide.
Yeah, just a little bit to the left there. Right, I should say.
May need to, our left.
Those are our ramp assistant ways.
Yeah, left, but who knows?
So as a ramp operator, when your player tells you left or right, you actually have to move the opposite way, which can get a bit confusing at times. I used to have Jem say to me, no mum, the other right.
Yes. Does Jam sometimes say my way, your way?
No.
No. Who
No,
was
no.
that I did that for? Can't remember.
I think that may have been GB. It may have been Linda
Oh,
and
yeah, maybe.
Scott.
My way, your
and
way,
Jamie.
your way, your way,
Yeah.
my way.
Yeah.
That would confuse me even more. Just give me left or right, man.
I was a bit of a wuss and used to play with knee pads on.
I support that. Although I was never on my knees, really, so I would just squat down, which is...
I like to think I started the trend. There's a few of them
There's a
now
few of
that
them
are
now that
playing.
use them, actually. Yeah, there are too.
Here we go, Gem's going from the top of double extension here. She's going to try and play
move this
through
blues out.
those blues, I think, clear them out.
Boccia.
Yeah.
Done.
So she's opened up the scoring circle there and potentially brought in that red ball.
We both said, oh, that was a good shot. And Jam's gone, oh, that's enough.
She's not happy with that. She's nice and loud.
2:40 left on the clock. One ball for each of these players.
It's actually interesting to hear Jamison talk,
Why is that?
just to get her mindset.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Listen to, you can actually kind of...
When Jamison and Dan play, that's always interesting because they're constantly back and forth about what to do.
And I think that just comes down to experience there. with
Definitely,
that.
definitely.
It's just that confidence.
Yeah.
and-
How much play have you done? The confidence, I think, is a really big thing. Not necessarily saying, should we do this, should we do that, but this is the shot we're going to take. Definitely cuts down on that time, too, because some deliberation is
A
good,
little bit to the left, I think.
but it stops in front of that
Yeah,
blue
just-
ball, so it should
just
be
in.
counting. Okay,
Might
let's
be
see
a
if
little bit of a
Musti
left
maybe
turn
can
there
make
on that
this.
court by
Did
the
look
look
a
of
little bit... left turn or right turn?
Right turn from Jamison, left
Yeah.
turn from us.
Yeah. Jam's going out to inspect it.
Yeah. I think it comes down to being decisive with your
Yeah,
shot
decisive
selection.
is a good way to put it, absolutely. Now, I'm interested that Musti's decided to go from the outside of his box here. I guess lining up from the inside is quite difficult with his players next to him, but trying to line up from the opposite end so I can see what shot he's going for.
So
Maybe to push that red up.
some of the players have divided their boxes up into what we call A, B and C.
They have, yes.
And to save time, the player will say, move the ramp to A, B or C. And Musti's in what we call A of the box, which can, by moving back in your box slightly too, can open up the angle a bit more.
Yeah. Definitely got to have the confidence there to know that you can line up from the back and still make your time and all that sort of stuff, obviously.
Yeah, the players actually have quite a bit of room behind them that you can't really see it from this angle.
Yeah.
But the box is 2.5 metres.
Musti really see his last ball here. No, he has come up on that side. I thought that was
just
going
a
to be
little
the
bit
play.
quick.
Just a little too much.
Great line, just a little bit too quick.
Probably should have moved to the inside of his box if he wanted to hit that one.
So that's end
Any
finish.
players come out and look. That's end finish for 3 red.
So red.
1, 2, 3. Oh, so that front one was already in. Right.
Yeah. So red optimising their jack and taking advantage of it.
And look at this ramp operator march out here, taking command of the court. I don't think they can hear me. Oh no, they can hear me. Excellent.
Yeah, so Jamison has a new ramp assistant called Jasmine.
New is harsh. Relatively new.
Still in her apprentice phase.
I suppose so. No, she did Hong Kong. Oh, you are making fun of her. Okay. I was hoping so. I was going to say, I feel like she did Hong Kong last year. That's nearly a year ago. Then again, no one can really match like Ash, who's been doing this for, I think, 400 years.
Oh,
Ramp operating with Dan.
she's like a dinosaur in what she is, really.
Oh, both of them, Dan and Ash.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Ash can still squat down and move around the court.
I know, right? So she hasn't got the knee pads out.
I know. Really, really hope she's listening to this.
Hello, Ash, out there, if you're watching.
Why are you so old? Oh, we might be... we might push into the next round a little bit here. What time's the next round? 11:30?
Okay, we're just about to start the final end, and it's Ivy's jack this time. So each player takes in turn at playing the jack, and it just starts with red and works their way across.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, this game will probably go over a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, it is, because they're bringing the next players onto the court. There we go.
We've got Ivy to play the jack.
Now, I'm sure they've sorted this out, but aren't we supposed to be timekeeping for this round?
So I'm sure they're going to get us.
Ken will come running if they are.
So we just give a big shout out to Ash, sitting at home, hopefully watching this game.
I think she might be in Brisbane.
She should be
Isn't
getting
she
some
at her
pointers.
brother's wedding or something?
I think she might learn a thing or two.
She has a lot to learn, Ash, actually.
Yeah.
Gosh, I hope this is recorded and left on YouTube.
She'd almost get long service leave, wouldn't she?
You know so.
Maybe that's what she's
The
doing right
amount
now.
of
Oh,
She's
great
at a
first
wedding.
ball there by Ivy.
Very good person.
It's just bounced a little bit back from the jack. It's only maybe a centimetre or two away. It's a great line. See what Musti can do here by the look of it. So you can see that the Musti actually brings his ramp up to line up. He can lean forward.
Musti's been calling himself a sniper in this way, which I quite like as terminology for lining up like this.
I like that. Maybe that should be the name for the Australian bocce team. We've been looking for a name.
Australian
So,
snipers.
If anyone out there has any ideas for a great name for the Australian bocce team, let us know.
Email in.
Let us know.
Email into the show.
We're out there looking.
Yeah, we're out there looking.
I came out with
Just trying to
bandicoots, a
think.
carp.
No, we can't be an animal.
The Jackaroos
That's
were very
overdone.
taken by the bowls team, so we can't do that.
What about the Socceroos? Oh, wait, that's taken. What about the Wallaby? Oh, wait, that was
No,
taken
that's
too.
taken. Oh, good shot there by Musti.
That
That
is really
jack is
good.
very close to the sideline. So if the jack gets hit out of the court, it gets re-spotted back on the cross in the middle of the court.
I always like that. I think that's an exciting way to play. Changes up the whole game mid-end.
Yeah, yeah.
Assuming Jam is going to pull right onto the front of this one here.
I do believe there was a game in Bahrain against the Koreans who went on to win, where they had the potential to hit the ball jack out and didn't even look at it.
Didn't even bother.
And they would have won them the game.
Yes,
They've
it is
beaten us
quite
over there. And
underrepresented or underused tactic in the sport.
coach was very not amused.
I was always quite big on using it. I think it makes sense.
It'd be great to see it here.
Yeah, it would be
give
awesome.
a different dynamic to the game. And of course, when the jack goes out and gets re-spotted, whoever is closest, it's the next couple.
Yeah.
It's the other team's turn to go. Oh no, Jam's just
pulling
drawing
right
on
onto
just
the front
nicely.
there. Well shot by Jamison.
It's good to see. We've got to acknowledge too the timekeepers that give up their time. They're all just volunteers. We've got Debbie on this game. Deb, going to give us a wave?
Just giving us
Here
a
we
wave
go.
from the timekeeping desk.
And the timekeepers have an important job. They actually have to stop the time once that ball stops rolling or crosses over the sideline.
Which, as we've seen this game, essential to get that right so the players have exactly the amount of time they're allotted.
And the referee then shows the paddle to them to indicate which colour goes next, and that's when they are started. Time starts. Ivy's going to play on to... Oh, nice shot there by
what
Ivy.
a shot. That was the
Nice.
perfect amount of power, perfect angle by the looks of it.
That blue ball looks like
We
it's...
may see the jack go out just yet. I'd be quite excited for that. Red to play here. Sounds like Jam going to take the blue out of contention here.
Yes.
Knock it right out of court.
It's a sticky ball, so she's going to have to play a bit of weight onto that ball.
With the angle it's at, though, it looks like it won't affect the jack too much, so pretty safe shot. So I think Ken's had to step into timekeep over on court 2 over there.
Here we go. Oh, nice shot
There
by
we go.
Jam.
Well done. Precision.
You can see that she has what we call a pointer that's now hanging around her neck that she uses to release the ball. It has a telescopic end on it, so she can manoeuvre it to a different position. Some players have handheld ones. Some have them attached to a helmet.
Ivy's been very interesting. I haven't seen one of these before, but Ivy has those on the leg, which is an interesting one.
Yeah.
And then Musti releases with his hand, to like no pointer. So there are lots of... I assume Musti has a pointer for the really tall ones, but... Or maybe he raises the chair up, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, are lots and lots of options.
Some use their mouths. Like Dan has a mouth
Dan
pointer.
has a mouth pointer.
Exactly
Absolutely.
the same as Jam, but just has an attachment that goes so he can bite it and have it in his mouth.
They would always complain it didn't taste very good. Which I think is fair enough.
Need to put some flavour on it there, Dan.
Yeah, maybe we should get some flavouring for the mouth pointer.
There's an option. Maybe we should come out with something there.
Like a popcorn seasoning, but for your
Potential
mouth
for an
pointer.
idea there. What mark is that one? And they must touch the ball to release it with the pointer. They cannot hit their
Hit
ramp
the ramp to release it. Yeah,
to
that's
release the
correct.
ball. Otherwise, the ball will be retracted.
We've seen a few of those in this competition.
I've seen it internationally as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's happened in a big game. I liked it. They actually went back to the video ref.
To check, I like that.
Yeah, they did. And then reset the head because actually the ball
It's always
impacted the
interesting when
head.
it gets to reset. Like,
And it was in a
sure there's always
final
some
as
change.
well.
In a
so
final?
it
My
was really
goodness.
not good.
I'm sure I sound like a broken record here, but Queensland are struggling to meet their time requirements. That ball's just been released, so 3 balls left with 2 minutes 30.
A bit short
Unfortunately, a little bit short. Blue to play again.
So you can see some stickers on that extension that just was put on. So sometimes the players will have set lineups
Yeah,
for lining
yeah.
up for different lengths of jack
Yeah, absolutely.
or different shots up the court. Just saves a bit of time.
Two minutes left on the Queensland clock here.
I actually think Jam's been a little bit slack here. I can't see a nice braid in her hair there.
I was
this
going to
morning,
say,
so
what happened to her braid?
I think her ramp operator's getting a bit slack, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
Jazz, now she's back from Paris.
Jazz
She's
is
having a
sorting
bit of a
her own
holiday.
braids, I see. Yeah, God, terrible. Not doing braids, my goodness.
I think we should expect to see one should they go through into their final game without a loss. I think we should look forward to a
Get
nice
one.
little braid.
A braid. Oh, just a little
very
bit
close
short.
there.
1 minute left on the Queensland clock here.
Yeah.
I'll need to make some good
And I
time to
think
get these
Ivy's
balls off.
got 1 ball left.
Yeah.
So Ivy, got 2
should
balls
be
left. The ball
interesting.
count on the clock is a bit wrong. There's actually,
I don't think that's on the live stream thing.
yeah.
Fully. We'll just have to keep telling you what we've got.
So
This
the
could
Queensland
possibly
players have
be,
1 ball each, but they only have 40 seconds
This
left.
could be the last shot of the game here, unless they switch, which obviously is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I don't think it's going to.
30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. Go for Ivy. Oh, great attempt there by Ivy. It's a good second
Great
shot.
attempt. This looks like it might be
Yeah.
the last shot. Should have stopped the time there.
Okay, I'm just going to stop time for a moment.
Should have stopped the time added. Yeah, they should have stopped the time in between. I'd say they have about 16 seconds left on the clock. They're just going to reset the clock here.
Yeah. The referee's made a decision here. That's some time.
I don't think the time stopped as the ball stopped, so
Yeah, so what they can do at the discretion of the referee is to reallocate some time if they feel that time was not stopped.
13
Inaccurate
seconds.
timing, which is what's happened here. Queensland's been given 13 seconds, which I'm still not quite sure. So another little sneaky
Getting that
trick we
ball
used to
off.
do when the referee was doing things is what we call dead
Yes,
time.
yes.
So you used to
Lining
use
up
that
in dead
time
time.
to either line up or get ready for this next shot that you may potentially be given.
Yes.
A few more little trade secrets. Here we go. They've got the ball off.
And they got it off, but
Great
unfortunately
attempt
they
there
pushed
by
that red up.
Queensland.
Good use of dead time there, actually, to line up.
It was a great use of it. He actually managed to hit the red ball.
Yeah. I'm going to say Jamison and Musti will throw off here, and that might be the conclusion of our game.
So as well.
Throw off.
Okay, I think Musti
Oh, no,
wants
they
to
might keep playing.
use this for a bit of practice here,
Good idea.
which is a good thing.
Yeah, good idea.
I think they've got to play
Play
New
it out
South
to the
Wales
end.
number 2 next, so which will be a very, very tough match. against the silver medalist, Wendy, and her partner, Siobhan, who
Definitely.
used to battle with Jam
I know.
for position in the Australian team
Yes, that's right.
when Jamison first started. Siobhan's a very experienced player as well.
We've just heard that this is a round robin, and so they want to get as many points as possible, which is a very good point.
Right.
Yep, that is a very good
Yeah,
point.
if it goes back on for and against.
Yep,
you
yeah, if
want
it
as
does go
many
back
points
from the
as you
wins
can
to
get.
for and against, yeah, of course.
Oh,
Just missed that
Just-
clear of the
just
ball
missed
there.
there by
2
Musty.
balls left. Has
Well, that
Jam
was a
got
little-
another ball, or?
he might just
Sure,
change his
another ball
lineup
count.
just slightly there.
Or he might decide to not play.
What's he? He's feeling
Alright.
quite comfortable, I heard there from Musty, that he wants to have another attempt at this.
I think he might be changing the shot.
Yeah. It's good to hear him give feedback to Jamison and not just be told by Jamison what to do.
Definitely.
She likes to be a little bit bossy there.
I'm not going to make
Being
comments on
female,
that.
she likes to,
I'm not going to make any comments on that. As her mother, you're entitled to, but
I've been known to give her little hand signals on
Some
the court
feedback,
from
yeah,
time to
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Give my own little feedback there. You can see there Musty's ramp assistant is, with his ramp being in the middle of the box, makes it a little tight fit to fit everything in at times. So all equipment must be inside the lines of the box, cannot overhang, unless they're off the ground. Oh, I just hit that front blue ball. It would be third closest
Shooting.
if they can hit that middle blue ball out.
I wonder if that's what Jam's going to do here.
I think it's a hard ball, so it should roll. See, Jam's actual tray used to have little feet on the bottom of it, so you could overhang the line.
I didn't know
A
that.
section, yeah.
Oh,
Put
right.
little rubber feet on it.
Oh, right.
So put them in this kind of, about that far, yeah. About 5 centimetres in.
It's a good idea.
So it can overhang, give you a bit more space.
Our tray definitely had some feet on it, but I don't think they were far enough away from the edge to actually...
Yeah. I actually placed them
Yeah.
deliberately a little bit. Some little tricks of the trade.
Classic international boccia players. Always trying to get the biggest advantage they can. Feet on the bottom of your tray. Here we go, final shot of the game from
Oh,
Jason.
beautiful
And that is
draw
a
up the
beautiful
side.
draw up the side through
Lovely.
that gap. To conclude
And I think
this
that'll
match
be 2
of
red.
the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024.
So that'll be end finished.
2 red.
2 to
Will the
red.
players come out and look at it?
And I think they're going to win 9-0. So Jam continues with her not dropping a point, as she said at the start of the game.
I know. Good luck to her for the rest of the competition.
I think this next game might be a bit
Is it
tougher.
just one game or 2 games left? One game.
Just one game left to not drop a point. Can she do Dan what Dan has
What
been
Dan
unable
has
to do?
failed to do.
Dan, if you're
That
listening to us
is
at home,
Jamison
should be down here, Dan.
out there. That is Queensland 1 versus New South Wales 1, completed 9-0 New South
And
Wales 1.
The game was actually closer than what score indicates.
Very close. Very, very close each end.
Queensland,
No 6-ball ends, which is always a fantastic...
I think it was just the time factor was
Yeah,
more.
definitely the time factor was something
Yeah.
that they...
But Queensland played some really, really good shots. I think just Jam's experience came down to
Yep.
the crunch in the end.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for listening and
Yeah.
watching with us.
And-
I've been Thomas Lunn.
And Amanda Leeson,
We need a sign-off catchphrase for next time. See you later, team.
bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to introduce our coach, 7. We're going to call the second round BC 4-5 pairs match. New South Wales 1, second round Adam Alcohol and Detroit Independent Jason Sutton. Also coming from Court 6 to join Queensland 1 with our Tasmanian Independent team. Ladies and gentlemen, and Rowan Eastley, against Ivy and Ryan.
Welcome back to the live stream, and we've got the BC5 pairs game for you from the Boccia Australia National Titles at the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool. The warm-up taking place here now. The red team playing from New South Wales, the New South Wales 1 team, Adam Alcorn and Cassie Brown. Having a good warm-up there at around about the 5 metre mark, just past 5 metres. Just making sure that while they've been waiting in the call room for a while, maybe their arms have just got a little cold, get their muscles warmed up. They're finding that range quite nicely, so they'll be happy about that. The blue team is made up of Alicia Mill from New Zealand and Jason Sade from Victoria. Both playing in the New Zealand colours. Very classy shirts too that the New Zealanders have got. But the good old sky blue works for us. I must again declare a bit of an interest here. Cassie and Adam are both from the club that I'm in, the Hunter Club in Newcastle. And I've done quite a bit of coaching with both of them. But I'll put that aside as we watch the New Zealand Victoria team with their warm-up. Jason throwing overarm there, as Adam does, and Cassie too at this stage. But Alicia very accurate there with her underarm throw. If you're new to the live feed, ignore all the lines on the court except for the green ones. The green ones are marking out the boccia court. The playing surface itself is 6 metres wide by 10 metres long. There's a V-shaped line that you can see there, the green line. When each end starts, the jack has to be placed across on this side of that green V line. Once that's done, then the V line has no other purpose. The jack just has to go over the V line. Then each team has 6 balls. They have 3 balls each. Boccia's always played with 6 balls, 6 red balls and 6 blue balls, and 2 jacks. As always, the red team will place the first jack, and Adam, being the first player on the right-hand side, will have the first jack. He and Cassie having a bit of a discussion here to see where the best place for the jack would be to suit both of them. Cassie wearing a fascinator there, Melbourne Cup Day coming up soon. Putting the ball a bit more in the centre than I would have thought, but whatever they've decided is probably going to work best for them. Ball choice important here. When you've only got 3 balls to play, you have to decide which 3 of your balls you're going to take onto the court. Balls vary from very soft to very hard. They all weigh the same and they're the same size, but vary very much in hardness, and you want to get a soft ball in front of the jack. And Cassie has done exactly that. That ball now is going to be very hard for Jason and Alicia to move. It looks like a very soft ball in front of a very soft jack. So they're going to have to hit that ball very hard to separate it and give themselves some room. The green square that you can see near those balls is used for penalties and for tie breaks. So that doesn't really come into the game at this stage. You'll see though that each player is in a 1 metre by 2.5 metre rectangle, and they have to stay within those rectangles whenever the game is running. Alicia and Jason there having a discussion. I don't know how much these two players have played together before. Alicia for him being the other side of the ditch. But I know Jason was playing in New Zealand just a few weeks ago, so they may have had a chance to get together there. That moved the jack just a little bit, but not to make any difference really in the playability of this jack from the blue team's point of view. Looks like Jason preparing to have a go here. Coming out to have a look. It can be very deceptive if you just look at the balls on the court from, say, 5 metres away at ground level. You can't see really any gaps or a line that may be there for you that you can see if you come out and have a close look at it. And the individual athletes are able to come out and do that, provided their clock is running at the time. And the blue clock is running. They've got just under 3 minutes left to play their balls. Jason trying just to catch the edge of the white ball there. The red ball's occluding it very much from his view, but he's playing from the far left-hand side as he sees it of his box, which is giving him a better line. using the whole surface of the box is a really good tip for anybody just learning how to play boccia. Don't just sit in the middle of the box and play. Move around, see what you can do to make it easier for yourself. Defensive shot there from Alicia. What they're trying to do now, it seems, is just to close that head up so that it's very hard for Cassie and Adam to score any more than 1 point. The old maxim is, if you're going to lose, lose by 1. Alicia having another shot at that. One just right in front of the jack would be a nice one. Yep. That wouldn't be too hard for Cassie in particular to move that blue ball that was just put in there. And if they can create a little bit of space around that jack, they've got plenty of balls they can put in. They've got 5 more balls, and they've got just over 4 minutes to play those balls in. BC5 pairs get a total of 5 minutes to play all of their 6 balls in. Bit of conversation going on here on what might be the best idea. Tactically, a very intense sport, boccia. You have to be able to throw the balls, you have to be able to put some power in, but overall, you have to be able to think your way through a game. You have to stay 1, 2 moves ahead of your opponent. Try and outthink them and outplay them. But I think there's room there for Adam and Cassie, New South Wales #1 BC5 team, to increase their lead. Adam played very, very accurately in his final, winning the gold medal yesterday in the BC5 individual. If he can bring that sort of accuracy again today. Might have just rolled a bit too far through, but creating a bit of space there, which is good. Players sometimes do that roll in motion that Cassie did with the ball there, just to make sure that the ball is completely round and isn't going to deviate when it hits the ground. Great concentration there. Might not have gone where she wanted it to go there. Maybe a little bit of deviation in her wrist. Adam putting a beautiful ball in there though. Well done. If Cassie now can come down in between those 2 blue balls, she's got a 3-ball cushion there to roll into, and Adam's just done that as well. So a nice big target now. Cassie might be able to pick up a 4th scoring ball on this end. Yeah, another one just a little bit to our right there from Cassie, but some good thinking, a well thought out game there from New South Wales 1. The end's finished, the referee about to call the score, but the captains can come up and have a look and make sure they're agreeing with what the referee is about to announce. Jason asking perhaps for a measure on one of the balls there. So the referee now has been asked to measure to make sure that the score that he's judged just by looking at the balls is accurate. That blue ball that's resting against the red ball seems to be the ball in question. Is that closer than the red ball that the referee is measuring now? A tense moment here as the referee measures. So everybody seems happy with that. So now the athletes go back to their playing boxes, and the referee will officially announce the score. And the score, in fact, is 3 to red. 3 red balls closer than the closest blue ball, very much as it is in lawn bowls, is the way that the scoring is done here. There's now a 1 minute gap between the ends while the balls are picked up. And the athletes at this stage can talk to each other. The coach of the Victoria New Zealand team is having a bit of a conversation there with his athletes. The New South Wales coach not available because he's here talking into the microphone. But I'm sure my guys have got it worked out. They've done lots of work in preparation for this competition. The highest level of boccia that you're going to see in Australia here at the Boccia Australia National Titles. People from, as we said, New Zealand, quite a few players from New Zealand, some players from Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, New Zealand and New South Wales, and the ACT. So Jason's placed there, Jack. He's the second player from the right, so he's placed the jack. Not a bad shot there, but the jack is still open. Adam and Cassie from New South Wales have full access to that jack, so they can do an approach shot, roll up onto the jack. They could try to knock the jack away from the blue ball and then surround it. We'll see what they do. They do have a 3-0 lead after the first end. Maybe they want to play a little conservatively and protect that 3-0 lead. Yeah. Cassie going for a little bit of a pushback shot there, but didn't quite achieve it. Adam now looks like he's lining up to come in from a wider angle, taking great care that all 6 wheels of his wheelchair are inside that box. The back wheels on a 6-wheel wheelchair are very awkward because you can't see them from inside the chair. You just have to know where they are, and I think Adam's done that well. The referee doesn't seem worried about it. Nice approach shot there, closed everything up a little bit. I'd like to see a ball on the jack now from somebody. Cassie coming up now. Making sure the ball's as round as possible. Just playing with some Bocca balls there that a really good ball. In fact, we're the top ball in the world a few years ago. Again, nicely placed in front of the jack. That's going to give Alicia and Jason a little bit of a problem. Adam, in fact, looks like he might have a go here at pushing that ball up. He's turned his hazard lights on. We had a problem like this yesterday. Yep, that's good. He's done it. The problem is I think he might not know that he's done it. Yep. But Cassie should be able to tell him that he is right. These chairs have to have headlights and indicators and all sorts of things like that for use on public pathways and roads, as well as for playing boccia. He's nudged that blue ball a little bit further away. maybe opening things up here a little bit. Still not as tight here as it was in the first end. A little bit looser. 2 balls to play from the New South Wales 1 team and 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. So plenty of time. They've got no reason to rush their decisions. They may decide just to block access to the jack from the blue team. Let's see what they'll do. Cassie not having a good end here. The ball's all going slightly to the left. Adam's coming up to have a look at what he needs to do with his last ball. I think the jack there is open for Alicia. It's pretty much right in front of her box there. So they may want to try and close that up a little bit, close that gap up so Alicia can't get in and score another shot. The red ball that Cassie just put in is probably in Jason's way. A vital shot here for the New South Wales team. And beautifully done. Not only knocking Cassie's ball up, but rolling his in as well. If I was Jason, I'd be asking for the score now to know whether those red balls are closer to the jack than the blue ball that's already out there. Discussion going on here between Jason and Alicia. Looks like a decision's been reached. They need to be careful now, especially Jason, not to disturb any of the balls that are already on the court. They're now trying to manoeuvre their large wheelchairs back into that very small space. No one can do anything until both players are back inside their box. There we go, we're right now. So let's see what their decision was. It might look different now they've got back into their boxes. They might see something that they didn't see when they did come out to have a look. Some power might be useful to try and break those red balls apart and get another blue ball in, or come in over the top of the red balls with a lob. No. I always tell my players that power is the enemy of accuracy. It's very hard to play a powerful shot and keep it as accurate as you could if you're playing an average sort of shot. I think Jason might have got one in there. They've still got 3 balls left and 2 minutes and 40 seconds to play them in. They could push that ball further in, as indeed Jason has done there. This looks like it could even be 2 to blue. I think they might have asked the score here. 1 to blue, I think it is. It's always good to know where you stand before you play your final couple of balls. Whether you have to push things around or whether you can just roll into the head and score more balls. That red ball on the left-hand side of the head is looking very lonely out there. There might be a gap to get in there. And sometimes a very, very talented player can slam a ball into that head and roll it up over the balls until it's sitting on top of the white ball. It's basically not a high percentage shot. If you need the point and it's the last ball, it's worth trying, but it's something you need to have practiced long and hard for. Jason back in his player's box now, and Alicia with 2 balls to play. They've called it. They're going to take the situation as it is and not decide not to play their 2 final balls. Everybody seems happy with the decision. Score is 1 point to blue. So at the halfway mark of the game, the end of the second end, the score is 1 to Victoria and New Zealand team. New South Wales 1 still in the lead here at this point, which they would be happy about. They managed there to keep their opponents to just 1 point. They will have the jack, being the third from the right, Cassie Brown, to play the jack. Playing the jack does give you a little bit of an advantage because you then do get the first opportunity to get a ball right in front of the jack. You can come back from missing your jack, but like in tennis, if you get your first serve in, it really gives you an advantage in this game. If you get your first ball on the jack, it definitely gives you an advantage. The 1 minute is up and we're ready to go. The score 3 to New South Wales 1, 1 to Victoria, New Zealand. Adam playing the jack. And at that distance, which is around about 6.5 metres, that would be considered a close ball. New South Wales now deciding to test how the blue team feel about playing a long end. A lot of boccia these days played at the front of the court, where things are easily moved around. You can knock balls and push them up, push them out. But once we're this far out, it's very hard to manipulate things. And this may be a tactic to maintain their lead by the red team. Maybe I'm misjudging them, but I wonder whether they've got the power to do this. Jason there falling foul of the ball that Alicia had just put up there. So those 2 blue balls are now causing a few problems for the blue team. Not a bad shot there, closing the scoring circle up. It's harder now for red to score another point because blue have got a ball up fairly close to the jack. But at this point of the game, the red team don't really have to score a lot of points. They're 2 points up with 1 end to play after this. Alicia could have the power here. She's certainly got the angle to get up the side of those 2 blue balls and onto the jack. And she's done it. What a beautiful shot. Lovely control, lovely power. I always think a thrower that throws underarm can develop a lot more power than throwers that throw overarm. Adam, though, can develop a lot of power. His injury has left him with a very strong right arm. But the rest of his body has been affected by his injury. So maybe he does have the power to get up through that nest of blue balls onto the jack. And he has. This is great boccia. This is boccia at its best, when it goes ball for ball. This is when I get excited about boccia, when difficult situations are being overcome by good strategies, good tactics, and accurate throwing. Alicia making sure she's inside her box, eyeballing where she's got to go. That last ball she put in was just a beautiful ball. She can do it again, I think. Let's see. Yep. Such accuracy at this length is really, really good to see. I think Adam still has a shot, once again, up through those blue balls at the front onto the jack, but coming up to have a conversation with Cassie about what they're going to do. Cassie saying we could come up here. Yep. This is some of the best boccia you'll see. This is just really exciting. Looks like Adam to take the throw, which would be the logical thing because he does have a straight line more or less onto the jack. Ball for ball. Beautiful boccia. So, Redder holding the shot, holding the jack. It will be wonderful to see the blue team come back and take that jack away from them at that distance. It can be done. They can come in through that gap between the blue ball and the red ball onto the jack, or they can push the blue ball to the side up onto the jack. Captain Jason here asking the referee to measure, which he can do provided the blue clock is running, and it is with 1:55 left on it and one ball to play. So no problem there with taking some time to ask the referee to be sure of what the score is before you make your decision. Good captaincy there by Jason. Interesting situation here, an interesting problem for the blue team to solve. Those two balls from Alicia have got them into a situation where they're very close to taking this end. But can they just make that final adjustment to the head? I think just pushing that blue ball that's beside the jack in onto the jack would be the situation. No, it looked like all Jason had left was a very soft ball which isn't going to go the distance. But he's chosen there to put it in as a blocking ball. Cassie Brown is the only red player with balls left. And her sight onto that head is pretty much blocked by those three blue balls in front. So this is going to be very tricky for Cassie. Making sure the wheelchair's lined up perfectly. Chosen the wall. trying to put too much power into that and pulled it across to her left, our right. Still 1:40 on the clock, no need to rush. Again, I think having to throw that ball so hard has really made it hard to make it accurate. But Cassie's certainly doing her best here. Maybe now trying to come up through the gap between the blue balls might be the thought. I think what she was trying to do was to come down between those two blue balls into the head, but hasn't quite been able to make it. Okay, the referee indicating that he needs to measure the balls, so it's a good idea for the captains to come out and watch that procedure. Very hard to see with the referee in the way, but I can see from my vantage point that it's measuring very carefully, and it looks like the blue ball may be closer than one, maybe two of the red balls. So it might be 1 to red. Measuring the blue ball again at the moment. The back red ball looks like it might be closer. It's not up to me to say though. A very tight measure. The referee is going to remove one of the balls that isn't in contention to give him better access to the gap between the balls that are in contention. I think a decision has been made and both captains have agreed. They go back to their boxes and we'll see what the final verdict was. Certainly good to see so much accurate play at that 6.5 metre jack. And a very good decision by the red team to play it there too. In fact, all three red balls right closer than the closest blue ball. So well done to New South Wales 1. A healthy lead there now. All the balls picked up. The Victorian Kiwi coach picking up the balls for his team, and the referee picking up the balls for the New South Wales team. Conference going on in the blue team's box there. Some advice from the coach from what he's seen from the back of the court. Maybe something that they haven't thought of that has come to mind. Still 15 seconds to get back off the court. Leapt off the court with 2 seconds to go. Great athleticism. Okay, final end. 6 points to New South Wales 1 point to Victoria, New Zealand, and Alicia Mill from New Zealand to place the jack. And she'll be placing it in a situation where she thinks it'll advantage herself and Jason, and be as much of a problem as it can be to Adam and Cassie. She's placed it short, just a little bit over the 3 metre mark. probably making it, I'd say probably even a 5 or 6 metre throw from Adam, who's the furthest away from it. Now, the blue team can still win this, but they have to win all 6 points on this end. 5 points will take them to a tie-break. 6 points will give them the game. And they're going to have to work very hard from the way we're looking at things at the moment before that can happen. Adam Alcorn from the New South Wales 1 team lining up carefully in his box, confidently picking up a ball. Hope that confidence is well placed. Yeah, he would have liked to have landed it in front of the jack and touching, but it's certainly a lot closer to the jack than the blue ball is, and that means that blue get to play next. Looks like it would be Jason Sade, the captain, throwing overarm. It's close enough for the referee to have a good look, but I think it's still red holding. Jason's asking Alicia to see if she can come down perhaps between those 2 blue balls they've already put in and roll up onto the jack with a nice firm hold. That'd be good to see. No, missed it and went past. Will Alicia have another go here? She's certainly in a good position to do that. Red ball is still the closest, so it's still blue's turn to play. Jason now with the throw. I don't think it moved that blue ball enough for it to be closer, but the referee is going to measure anyway just to be sure. The calipers there, part of the referee's armoury of measuring equipment. 2 different size sets of calipers, a measuring tape, and a torch for if things get too close together there. And a final ball there from Jason going out of the court. That green line there indicating the sideline. Red now have to decide what to do. Do they take the 7-1 lead and decide not to play the rest of their balls? Or are they going to try and pick up more points? They may feel that they need more points in case they're in a situation where they have an equal score to somebody else in their pool. And in that case, it would be the result of the game between those 2 teams. And the third option is who's got the most points for, as against points against the points differential. So there is a small chance that the outcome of this may depend on the number of points scored, but I think they're pretty much in a good place to take this game now. Looks like they're going to play it out. Both of them lining up in their boxes. They do have 5 balls, and 3 minutes on the clock. So they can take their time and we can see whether they can pick up 5 more points on this end. They've just got to get 5 more balls closer than the closest blue ball to win those points. Adam a bit concerned about his back wheels there, but they're looking good from here. might be out. If that ball is even slightly touching the green line, the ball is out. Yes, the ball's out. So just put too much power on that, just rolled it past the jack and out of the court. Should he knock the jack out over the green line, then it gets placed on the green cross in the middle of the court and the remaining balls are played with the jack there. Again, Cassie just putting a little too much power. Maybe just a little bit of loss of concentration. No, they know they've got it won. Sometimes hard to keep your head in the game, but I think Adam's done that nicely there. Cassie asking for the score, 2-red. She's decided not to throw the rest of their balls. Wise decision, I think. So at the end of this game, New South Wales won, winning with 8 points as against Victoria. New Zealand composite teams 1 point. But we'll wait for the official announcement of that from the referee. So it's all official now. The game's over, and New South Wales have won by 8-1 over Victoria and New Zealand. Great game. That third end I just found very enjoyable. Such great boccia at its best, and that's what we're seeing here on this live feed from the Boccia Australia National Titles at the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool in Sydney. The players now just picking up their balls, going off to have a hard-earned cup of coffee, I think, probably. Or in Adam's case, probably something to eat if I know him well. And great game too from Alicia and Jason. Some paperwork still to be done, but with that, I'll leave you. So thank you for joining us on the live stream. Stay with us, lots and lots of great boccia still to come. My name's Phil Bates. See you again soon.
later when we introducing our round of matches in just a moment. Just something special that we will be looking at doing. On the court board there has been a forfeiture, due to the World Cup, there has been a forfeiture, but we will be running a match for the athletes against whom the forfeiture has happened as a scratch match that will be organised in Saturday. Coming on to court 7, open league match between New South Wales 1 and 2, then Matthew and Paul, and David and Jenny in New South Wales. On the court. Coming on to 2, South Australia 1 versus New South Wales 2, Jeff Johnson and Will Day. On the court 1, Independent 1 and Queensland 1, Gary Porch and William Exton against the Louise Smart and Steve Eaton.
Well, welcome back to the live feed of the Boccia Australia National Titles 2024. And I'm Phil Bates. I'm coach of the New South Wales team and a BC5 athlete. And with me in commentary,
Richard Boer, yeah.
Yep, who's the boss? Who's the
boss.
president of Boccia
Seriously.
Australia? Yep. Good to have you along, Richard.
Thank you, Phil, and thank Phil. I think this is your third game today that you're in the commentary box, and I must say, while it's the last day, we've actually ended up with our own box on the last day.
We have. We're closed in. Oh, somebody's just sneaking in to untangle my wheelchair from a lead here. Thank you, Catherine.
Good work. There we go. Good work, Catherine.
Yeah, we've got an open pairs game here between a composite that looks like New Zealand and New South Wales. A New South Wales independent.
Yeah.
So New Zealand and independent composite team playing against the New South Wales number one open pair. Matthew.
This is the New South Wales number open, and I think the other is it's a composite of
Yep.
independent from New Zealand and independent from.
Oh, both independent.
Yeah.
Right.
There we go. And that's what have we got there? We've got Matthew Henderson.
Matthew Henderson and Paul Hazel.
And I think he's from New Zealand, because Paul
Yep.
is definitely Paul Hazel. We know from Penrith.
From Penrith, yes,
Club.
that's right.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right. And David and Jenny,
Yeah,
who you know well enough.
yeah, David
'cause
Lunn.
You're their
and,
coach.
and Jenny Pearson. Yep, from my home club, Hunter Boccia. So once again, I declare an interest.
Yeah, that's all good, Phil.
But you'll keep me honest, won't you,
I
Richard?
will. I
Yeah.
will. And how have the independent team? How have they opened up here, Phil? How are you going to read this opening?
They've fallen short of the jack, really. They would have liked that red ball to be right up on the jack and touching it. David now from New South Wales team coming in from the side and getting a lot closer. So now that the blue ball is closer to the jack, the red players play again. They'll be wanting to perhaps use Matthew's angle to come in slightly across the court, sneak in up across behind the blue ball and set that ball right in front of the jack.
And you can see Paul sort of pointing clearly. He's got a clear idea in terms
Yep.
of how they need to play. And I don't think Paul's actually got a line to the jack, right,
No.
because of the red and the blue balls between him. And
Mm.
how's the circle? Are we talking maybe two? 1.5, 2 balls?
Yeah,
there for the
it's very
scoring
close
circle?
in, very
Yeah.
close in. Paul is the great strategist. Paul's been in the game for a long time. And
How long is a long time? Because I think we were doing this, and Corey, I think, was 37 years when he.
Yeah,
that's-
Corey and Scott Ellsworth, I think, got into it when they were teenagers.
Which is extraordinary.
And we won't divulge their ages now, but they're not teenagers anymore. But it was certainly a long time ago. Yeah, but Paul, I think, has one of the good strategic minds in Boccia. And if he can give Matthew the right advice, Matthew might be able to get in there, or maybe they'll just decide to block it out. Hard to say. Only 3 balls on the court at the moment.
What would an aggressive shot now be from Paul, though?
From Paul, you'd want to try and knock that blue ball away from in front of the jack.
So would he go straight for the blue ball, or would he try and ricochet off that red ball that's sitting out there?
I'm pleased you mentioned that.
Okay.
That's.
Oh, and he is going for the ricochet.
Oh, you're a genius, Richard.
All right, I
You're
like
more
it.
than just an administrator.
That's it. 5 minutes back into commentating on day 4 of the Nationals, and
You say it here and it happens over there.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's how commentators love it, when we can be in the heads of the athletes and pick what they're going to do.
That's right.
Oh yeah, no, just a sense of achievement there. We're getting some appreciative smiles there from outside the commentary box. But
Yes.
as long as they stay their distance, right? Because now we're feeling so special in our
Yes,
box.
we're enclosed. Oh, nice
nice
ball
shot.
there from
That's really
from
nice.
Jenny Pearson
Yep.
from New South Wales.
Really nice line. perhaps a little bit too much on it though, because it would have been nice if it just pulled up on the jack.
The jack still is very open. Paul, in fact, could knock the red ball that's more or less in a direct line with his box, could knock it back away from its position now alongside the blue ball and get it pretty much on the jack.
Right.
If he played the right shot. It looks like they're going with Matthew to come in through the gap there, which is done
what
beautifully.
A shot. Matthew's done a wonderful
An excellent
shot.
shot.
Yeah, that's a cracker, that one.
Now with the way that red ball in front of the white ball is protected by all the other balls around it, there aren't very many ways you could get in there with a power shot, except from over where David is now in that far.
It's not an easy shot, is it, for David?
No.
He's got a red directly, and he's probably seeing almost nothing of the jack.
Yeah, he'd have to hit it slightly off centre with a fair amount of power to push it sideways.
Yeah.
And if you pushed it far enough, blue would still be holding.
And that red's looking like it is a bit of a rock ball, so does that mean it's
So
easier to move
It
off the
would
jack?
roll very quickly, yeah. So it looks like maybe Jenny's going to have a go at it. She is a bit more side on.
So she's got an opportunity to push it to the right, away from the jack? Is that
Yeah,
what she's
yeah,
gonna do?
that's she'd want it to hit over the other way.
Not much of a channel there.
Maybe that was an attempt to push that blue ball up,
Yeah.
because the red I don't think is touching the jack.
So she has got room there.
So
no, it's
there-
not. Okay.
Yeah, so there is a circle around it.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's helpful.
so
It's funny, isn't it, from our view here, that red ball's looking very
Yeah.
close to the jack, but in fact there's a ball width there between that red ball and
that's
the
right.
jack. Yeah.
So maybe David now having a go at pushing that ball that Jenny's made available for him between those two red balls back, so it's a little bit back and sideways maybe to bring it in close to the jack. No, they're going now to protect. So I'd say they've given up trying to score in this end, but they're trying to do that thing where if you're going to lose, you lose by one.
Yep.
Yeah. Jenny now coming in from the side, maybe with just trading off some accuracy for some power. That's always a trade-off when you're throwing in boccia. Another one now from David from his wide angle.
You think he's still going to go for that blue ball and try and push it?
In the
Push it back?
first end, it's probably still a good thing to do, to go for the points.
And that looks like what he was aiming to do. But he has given a good blocking. I mean, that red's not easy to get through to now, is it? For
No,
sorry, that jack is not easy to get to for red now.
no, that's right.
Yep.
There could be a draw shot coming down the side, but I don't know whether Paul's got any balls left.
And Paul and Matt have got plenty of time. I think that's why Paul's coming out, as you say. He's the strategy man. He's having a good look. Oh, he's actually called for a measure from the ref.
I was just looking at those two blue balls in front of the red ball. From Matthew's point of view, he could come down in between those two balls, maybe split them apart and bring something in closer than the closest blue ball down that way.
But all Paul's really got the option to do is come up alongside of that jack, which is a tough shot, isn't it?
Yeah, not so much aiming for the jack, but aiming to get closer to the jack than the closest blue ball. Playing into a space is always harder than playing onto a ball.
Right.
You've got to try and sort of imagine the amount of power you would need just to land on that one spot.
And I think it's easier for a BC3 to do with their ramp, isn't it?
Yeah.
Play into a space than for a thrower.
Yeah, they can dial it up on their ramp and provided their balls are running true and
the floor's not too
and the
unpredictable.
floor's not too unpredictable. all those are still variables. Nothing's cut and dried with the BC3 even, but that's what makes the game interesting.
Yep.
Sometimes the boccia gods are with you and sometimes the boccia gods are against you.
There we go. Well, certainly Paul's not taking any risks with the boccia gods
Right,
on
so
this end, and he's going to take the point.
Deciding not to use their last two balls.
And does that come, I mean, is what's also factoring in Paul's mind there just a bit of a psychological advantage as well? Is go, look, we've won the end, let's take the point and go into the second end 1 point up rather than...
It always is good to be the first on the scoreboard,
right,
even if it's only with one. The players at the end of the court can see the scoreboard up the far end of the court, and every time you look at it and see that your opponent's on the scoreboard and you're not, that reminds you that you've got to come from behind. Yep. So all the balls now being picked up, returned to the players. Boccia's a 6-ball game, so when you've got 2 players in a team, they have 3 balls each, and they share a jack.
And so BC1, BC2 teams, how many balls each?
Because they've got 3 players, they would have to have 2 balls each. Yeah. The total number of balls for each team is 6.
What does that do for the dynamic of the game then?
Whenever I've been involved, and it's a few times in a 6-person game, you've got to be very accurate with both balls. You can't really have a second try at anything. It's got to work first time. You do have further options as far as the angle, the line that you get in on the jack, but that doesn't compensate for the stress of knowing that a ball that doesn't do its job has been a problem for your team.
Right.
Yeah. Jenny Pearson now.
And she's gone long. What's the thinking here? Because that's quite different from Red's first, which was much shorter than this.
That might be why. They might have said, well, if Red are going to play short, then we're not going to play to their strength.
Yep.
Maybe we're a bit stronger long than they are. Although that initial ball from Jenny...
I was going to say, she's not going to be happy with that, is she?
No. Jenny's very hard on herself
right.
As her coach. And I hope she's not beating herself up too much there. I can see a little bit of a shaking of the head there. She's very determined to do well in this competition. As is everybody. I mean, this is the highest level of boccia we're going to see in Australia. And to be gold medal winner in the Boccia Australia National Titles is the goal of every boccia player. Paul coming across now.
Oh,
very nice ball from Paul Hazel there.
That's a very nice response there, isn't it, from Paul? So it looks like in terms of that length, they're well and truly up for the New South Wales Challenge, right? To play a bit longer, and
that's right.
That ball says, bring it on.
Yep, we can play wherever you want to put this jack. Yep. So now our guys have got to answer that challenge.
And what's going through their minds at the moment, having kind of chosen this length, and you're already 1 ball behind, where it's your end, right? Yeah,
again, there's a little bit of, we've got to come from behind now.
Yeah.
But hopefully they're putting that in the back of their mind and saying...
So you really don't want to be overthinking, right? You just got to play what's in front of you, play my ball now, and not worry about, okay, we went long, but...
Beautiful ball there from David Lunn.
Yep.
That's turned that around.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, that's wonderful.
At that length, being that close to the jack, even being behind the jack, is still a good length. Once it gets behind about the 5 metre mark, you don't really have to be as accurate because you've got distance working in your favour.
But in fact, is it fair to say that this is probably an advantage at this point in terms of the sequence of balls, that he's sitting between that red and the jack rather than on the jack in front? Or
I'd still prefer it to be on the jack in front. But
why?
Because it's going to freak the opponents out, basically. But boccia's a mind game as well as a physical game. And
so that's a new technical term for me today on my first commentating, is freak the opponent out.
Freak the opponent out. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We'll go with that.
So David's done very well, and he's done a freak the... Well, he's done well, but he could have done a freak the opponent out.
Hasn't totally freaked the opponents out, no. But being behind the jack at that length, they're likely to play a harder ball, which is likely to knock that jack back onto the blue ball.
Which would be...
would be to blue's advantage.
Gotcha.
There are just so many variables in this game. That's what makes it so fascinating.
And then you've got like chess, you've got the time limit, right? So while you've got so many variables to factor in your thinking and your decision making, you're limited by time.
That's right. And in fact, The red team have got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left and 3 balls still to play.
So that's where clear thinking, well, without overthinking, is it makes a difference between a winner and a gold medal winner and a silver medal winner, right? Yeah.
You've got to come up with the right decision, but you've got to come up with it with certainty, with clarity, and quickly. Yeah. It's certainly not a game for people who don't enjoy strategy and pressure. Paul Hazel coming in from the cross-court position here. Cross-court can be very awkward because we don't often play it in individual boccia, which is played from the middle 2 boxes.
So that angle creates just that next level of difficulty, does it?
Yes, yeah. Mm.
Ah, right. And
when you look at the distance from Paul to the jack, that's a lot further than from the box where Jenny is in to, say, the sideline or whatever. A nice try there from Matthew. If that had come between those 2 red balls, it would have had enough momentum to carry it onto the jack.
1, 2, 3. So that's all balls played by red.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Is that a good enough sort of wall of blocking balls there, or is there too many gaps really? And what we're about to see is New South Wales find one of those gaps through to the jack.
Yep. When you look at the scoring circle, which is the diameter of a circle between the red ball and the jack for blue, describe that around the jack. If they can come down the side of one of those balls, or even do that, bash your way through it. You've got to get closer than that red ball that's next to the blue ball that's next to the jack.
But David's now got a blue ball to aim for to push it onto the jack, right?
But playing hard onto that blue ball, you wouldn't want to play hard onto the red balls either side.
Right, so that's the risk, right? Is it you miss, you slightly get your line off, and you're picking up a red on either side and pushing that forward.
That's right. And a millimetre difference in the aim down at the other end would be equal to maybe 5-6 centimetres by the time it gets to that part of the court.
So they've both come out to have a look.
Yeah.
So both can come out, or just the cap?
Provided their clock is running, they can come out. They're running their time down, but
they've got plenty of time though, right? Because they're not even, they're 2 minutes and 20 seconds there, and they've only got three balls left. Yeah?
That's right. And at this stage of the game, you come out, you figure out what your opportunities are.
So they are going to play a bit more aggressively on this end than we saw Paul and Matthew play on the
I would think
end.
so. They can't just take the 1 point and go, I don't think. They've got to.
And that's it.
That is magnificent.
What a great shot.
That is magnificent.
Yep.
To come through into a small gap like that and knock your ball up. Just wonderful to see.
So that's 2 points up now. Now the question is with this last ball, is David going to try and replicate that shot?
I would hope so. Yes. Speaking as their coach.
Is it safer now because that blue ball is so close?
Yeah,
I
think if he hits the red ball on the outside, it's going to miss the head. But if he hits the ball on our right-hand side of the blue ball, it may go into the head.
In fact, David's got 2 balls left, so he's got 2 cracks at this shot.
Oh, right. Yep. Depends on whether he's got a hard ball or a soft ball left.
Oh, and he has pushed that red ball up.
I'd want to know the score here, I think.
But I think they're safe there because that's still...
I think the referee's saying it's still 2. 2 and a measure.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a chance that third blue ball is a scoring ball, but the red ball behind it may be closer. So David having another go here just to solve that problem by banging the blue ball in. And he's knocked the red ball away, which might be a useful thing. I think we've probably got 2 there.
So that aggressiveness has paid off for them on this end, right? Because they're walking away with at least a point more than the first.
So now when their opponents see the scoreboard and they say, 2-1, we're down 1.
Yep.
We've got to work harder.
But we saw the risk there, right? Because that played out. Because David did end up pushing that blue ball forward, but thankfully the red ball, but thankfully the blue ball was the previous blue ball had got into place, and that was Jenny's shot, wasn't it? That put that blue ball beautifully on the jack. Yeah.
I was talking to, who's the development person from
Ethan from Victoria. Yeah.
Ethan, that's right. Talking with Ethan in commentary yesterday, and he was saying that to win, you've got to take risks. And you can't be safe all the time.
So what's happening here now, Phil? The refs actually picked up one of the balls.
Yeah, that ball would have been a ball that isn't in contention. That would have been definitely a scoring ball. And she's moved it out of the way so that she can measure accurately the balls where there is some contention as to which one is the second shot.
But only one, so that means it's definitely 1 point to blue, and we're awaiting? Or?
No, it may just be that was in her way when she was measuring.
And why is she putting it back?
Because you have to reconstruct the head after you've done the measure. And they still have a chance to say, no, that's not right, until you actually declare the end finished.
So what are you calling this? What do you think the number is here?
I think two to blue.
Two to blue. And it looks like there's 2 fingers from the ref on the blue side of the paddle. So that is 2 to blue.
2 to blue, yep. Looks like both captains have agreed.
Yep.
And that's now officially the score, 2 to blue. So 2 to the New South Wales team, 1 to the composite independent team. As we go into the third end, so we're in the middle of the game here, and it's still all to play for.
I was about to say the score line and the playing has been very equal. These are 2 well-matched teams.
They
right?
are, yep. And we're seeing some good boccia from both teams, as we would expect at this level of boccia in Australia. You don't get to be here unless you can play at this level. I really like the independent teams' shirts. They're very, very stylish.
I'm aware that they've been specially designed by Fiona Porch, who I think is probably taking out the gold medal for the most number of representative uniforms that she has designed.
Yes.
I think she's still got 1 or 2 left, and otherwise she's designed pretty much a full house.
Yes, she certainly did a good job on our New South Wales jackets, and the fine boccia player in her own right.
Correct.
In the open classification.
And certainly doing a lot more than just playing boccia, because she's the Vice President of Boccia New South Wales.
Vice President of Boccia New South Wales, and I think she runs the local club here in Liverpool, the Liverpool Lions.
I think that's right. In fact, aren't they running? Oh, no, that's right, because it's Jack Wilkinson who's running Liverpool Lions with Fiona, and then Fiona's running the Penrith club.
Right.
With... go on. Oh, both of us are sitting here going...
We can both see the lady in question, but we can't remember. We've got so much on our minds, haven't we, Richard?
Yeah. That's it.
Can't do everything.
No. That's right. Next time we'll have full background sheets that allow us to share all sorts of background from our players and teams.
Matthew, getting close there. That might be a problem for Jenny, but I think maybe David might be up to taking this jack. Making sure his wheelchair is stable. Taking a good look at it, getting his trial swings so that his arm swing is ending up with his hand covering the white ball.
Nice. That's
nice. Yeah, still by the side. Jack's still open for everybody, but it's closing up, and that's what I like to see. Who are we going to see playing here from the red team? Paul having a good look at it from both sides.
He's not decided yet, is he?
No,
he's giving it
he's
plenty of
eyeballing it.
thought. Yeah.
I'm
He's trying to,
wondering-
and he's presumably he's trying to find that line, is he?
Yeah,
who's
I
got
think
the
maybe
clearer
he's
line.
looking at coming down between the blue and the red ball.
Ah.
There might be a line down there for him on that, again, that cross-court shot.
And he has found that line.
Might have just overcooked it a little bit.
That's another technical term from the New South Wales coach. You've heard it here this afternoon on the live stream commentary from BANT 2024.
It's not as if we're making it up as we go along here, Richard, is it?
Absolutely not.
No.
These are super technical terms.
Yes.
You tune into the commentary at the Paralympics, and I've got to be honest. I think the BANT commentary where we've had nothing but experienced boccia people, unlike myself. I'm going to make myself the exception to that. Thank you for all of you who have been listening. I just saw Jason did a great shout out for the commentary earlier. I'm going to assume that might have been you, Phil, but let us know, Jason, if you're still listening. But it's fantastic to get those comments on the commentary.
Yeah, and hopefully this commentary and coverage, live coverage, is only in its infancy.
This is
gonna
our
go
first.
with it.
Yeah, that's right. This muscle is only just starting to be exercised, and we're definitely going to do it for BANT 2025, which will be
Excellent.
held at the AIS campus in Bruce in the ACT.
Wow, that'll be fantastic.
And then we're building our team up to then broadcast live the World Boccia Challenger, which will be in Canberra in November 2025.
So who's involved in the World Challenger? Is it people just from Australia or Asia? Or
No, that'll be from around the world, actually. So it'll
at
be
the
open.
World Challenger. Yeah.
It is a World Boccia Challenger.
Wow, that's a great thing for Australia.
It is fantastic to have it here. And it'll involve, it'll be open to people from around the world. And it is the level of competition that is very exciting, and that you see new talent coming in, right? Because that's where classification occurs at that challenger level. So we will get a lot of applications from athletes who have not played at the international level before, because they'll come to the challenger to get classified and to start getting world ranking points at a
So
challenger
they'll
level.
be trying their hardest.
They will. That's where you see upsets.
Yep. And new talent coming through.
That's right. So
Wow.
I was exchanging with Dan last night messages, and he said, no, I'm gonna use. He's only allowed to do one challenger a year because he's so highly ranked.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the idea as well. Is we don't want the top athletes at the entry level event.
No.
Yeah,
Yep.
all the time, because that doesn't give
Yeah.
that opportunity for people.
You've got to let people come up
You got it.
from the bottom.
You got it.
Not the bottom, but
Yep.
from the what do they call talent identification levels. Yep.
But he was certainly expressing his wishes to the. He said he's hoping he'll be able to be selected for the challenger. And
It'd
obviously,
be great to go to a competition and not have to fly.
I think that's probably what's in the back of his mind.
Australia is so far from everywhere
Yes.
else, and
Yes.
if you're playing in Montreal or Rio or Zagreb, it just involves so many planes,
It does.
so many hotel rooms.
This is very different to have it here, and it'll be the first one in 12 years and only the second we've ever had here. Now, let's get back to the game, Phil.
There's a game on. Yes.
That's right. In the meantime, we've had 6 balls from the independent team, and what a great shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And David Lunn has just rolled in another beautiful ball right on the jack.
And they've got 4 more balls to go. You think this will be the end that turns the game?
I think so.
Yeah. There we go.
That's 3 in the head there.
So there's quite a relatively large scoring circle there. Is
Yeah.
that what we're seeing here,
Yeah,
Phil?
the red team didn't really manage the job of, when they knew they weren't going to get on the jack, of closing that up. So it was difficult to get more balls in. Jenny might have rolled through there. But
Yep. But she's now able to calibrate, right? She'll pull back a bit, and I dare say we'll see the next 2 shots settle into that scoring circle.
When I've been playing, I've found this situation quite hard sometimes to maintain your focus.
Yeah.
When you say, I've already won, I'll try and get more balls in.
Right.
And something happens to your concentration unless you're really, really strict with yourself.
She went for the push.
She's pushed it in.
And into the scoring circle. So that's looking like it's 4. Oh, no, the ref is inviting the two teams out to check.
I wonder what the problem there is. From where we sit, it looks like a fairly
looks pretty
clear
straightforward, doesn't it?
Yeah,
But
maybe that blue ball that's closest to us
is
might
actually
be further away from the
yeah.
jack than we see it as being. Referee Lucy Bates, one of the growing number of internationally qualified referees we have here in Australia, and refereed in the Paris Paralympics just a few months ago. So let's see, it looks like it's a definite 2. You just pick those blue balls up and you see she's placed them on the paddle with the blue side up.
Yep.
That means 2
But she's
scoring
measuring the red ball first.
Yeah.
Does that mean, because I've heard sometimes it's like whichever ball is measured first is the one the ref thinks is closest. But I don't think that's actually a rule, though, is it?
No, but
different refs measure differently.
The most effective way to do it is to measure the closest ball from the people who, like in this situation, the blue balls were from closest.
Yep.
So you would measure the closest red and then compare that with all the existing blue balls.
Right.
And if they're closer, then they're in. If they're not, you know that. So it looks like 4.
4, and that's
6.
That's going into the last end with 6, but that's only 5 ahead. So this isn't a done game yet.
Yep.
Yep. We see what the
if the independent team can get 5 points, then they've got them in a tie break. If they get all 6 points on the next end, then they've won the game.
Yep.
So still to play for. 1 minute break between ends for retrieval of the balls. Time for a little bit of discussion with your teammate. Are we going to do this? Are we going to do that? I think this will work for us, that sort of thing. I just had a suggestion that what we're doing is banter.
Oh, I think that sounds like the beginning of a T-shirt to me.
Yep.
That's a commentator T-shirt, I reckon.
Yep.
The banterers.
And I think Glenda, who's sitting to my right, will get proprietary rights on that one.
Oh, we're going to have to be getting a licence then from the IP holder.
Coming to the end of the break between ends now. And with it being the 4th end, the 4th player from the right plays the jack. David Lunn, captain of the New South Wales 1 team. Very long, very long. I'd say 6.5 metres.
Well, it worked for them on the second end, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah.
Yep. But a lot depends on this next shot from David. If he can get it in front of the jack, beautiful. If he can get it very close to the jack, pretty good. But he doesn't need to leave it too open. The red team will be after those 5 points that they need to win. Or to get on into a draw, anyway.
6 points.
6 points
is what
to win.
would take to do a win, and
that
they can't
is
do
at that,
much better than
at
that
that
at
distance.
that
That
length.
that is
It's a
pretty
very
close to a
nice shot.
perfect shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
So David's not allowing himself a smile, though. No, he's not taking any satisfaction from that at this point, is he?
He won't until his team has won. He knows they still might have to fight back.
So Matthew's got a job here at this length, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's basically aiming to wedge, isn't he? Between that.
I think he would need to, because they need to score with every ball.
No.
So he would need to do, maybe even push the jack back to give them a little bit of room.
There was some good momentum on that ball, but it wasn't quite the line, was it, that they needed?
No. So now they need to keep that ball in play in order to win. So to do that, they would need to move the jack back.
So has that just got harder?
Very much. Yep.
Right.
They could still come to a tie break
if
they get all 5 balls that they've got left closer to the jack if they move that blue ball. But, moving the jack now is their only option. And perhaps Paul, coming from that cross-court position, might be in a good spot to push that jack back in between those 2 red balls. I don't think he's got the power on that.
He hasn't got, no.
And he may have made a problem for himself now if that ball is between him and the jack.
Now, Paul's action there, swinging between his legs, is that preventing him from actually getting a bit more power there on the ball? Yeah,
he's not getting the backswing that you can get if you're swinging the ball sideways and down the side.
And you're absolutely right. In fact, he's ended up ended up with a landmine there. He's laid himself a landmine, which he's just stepped on. Yeah.
Yes. I like your figures of speech, Richard.
No, I picked that up from one of my previous commentator partners during the band, and I heard it called either a landmine or what was the other thing? I can't remember, but there was another metaphor that was used.
We're really extending the lexicon of boccia here.
That's what we want to be doing. Yeah.
Matthew getting a little distracted by what's happening somewhere else on the court here, which is not a good idea. You've got to keep your eyes and your mind on the game. Very hard to see how it can happen now for the independent team.
And I think, is this their last game in the round robin?
I'm not sure.
They got one more maybe. Because they'll want to go for points, won't they? And with 4 minutes at that length.
Yep. Unless Paul can close this up, which he hasn't.
No.
So there's a big scoring circle now around that. We've got 1 ball left. Oh, no. I saw the wrong side of the paddle. Blue players now coming up to have a look and a conversation. So the closest red ball to that head would be 30, 40 centimetres away. So if they can get a ball anywhere within 30 centimetres of the jack, and that would be a scoring ball.
How does that compare? Is that a good scoring circle in terms of size, or is it?
I think for players of this calibre, that should be quite a doable thing. The distance might be hard to judge, but we have done some training at this distance, and hopefully that'll stand them in good stead. Quite often, though, what you do in training goes out the window when you get into a high-pressure game.
But are they still feeling pressure, being,
I
6-1 and about to finish the final end?
I think you always put yourself in pressure as long as you're on the court. My saying is, if you're on the court, you're in the game. There's no time when you should relax to the stage where you just don't care what's happening. There's always something to be done, always something to be thought about. Nice.
That's looking good.
That's in front of
the
the
closest,
closest
red
red
ball.
ball,
Right.
which is exactly a good place to be.
So Jenny's got a good line. We might be looking at 6 here on the
We
final.
could be.
Yeah.
We very well could be.
And this is looking good too.
Yep.
Oh.
Nicely next to that ball he put down previously. So we're seeing 3 there. Now Jenny does have a couple of balls in her way there.
Yeah.
But if she sees the scoring circle, you notice she's moved back in her box.
Yeah, why is that?
That's to give her a better line past those 2 blue balls, which didn't really work.
So they are well and truly in her way. And she's trying to go between them, or was she trying to go on the
quite often
right-hand side?
if you go back to the back of your box,
Yeah.
if you see the line, you're actually moving to your right
Right.
to get past those blue balls.
So she's looking to get past them, and there she goes. She has gone past them, but
yep.
just a little bit too far past them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very hard to judge power sometimes, and particularly when you're a little bit excited and you've won the end and you're just going in for those last few
Yep.
points,
And in fact, David,
maintaining the focus.
and David's, I think, giving her a little bit of guidance there in terms of getting ready for this last shot, hoping for a point from the last shot, and
that's
is
worked.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's worked.
Yep.
So
These 2 guys are very good friends, and they give each other a lot of good advice and support, and it's so good to see.
So New South Wales has taken the day on this one.
Well and truly,
Yeah.
yep. That should make it 10, but we won't preempt what the referee is going to say. We should say, though, that these open players, I think, have a lot to do with the future of boccia in Australia.
I agree. In fact, I can remember when I first joined the board 5 years ago, there was a sort of very strong orthodoxy around we need to focus on classifiable athletes.
Yes.
And I was quite vocal from my position around, no, we need to make the sport the most inclusive in Australia, and that's what we have done. And I think you're right. That's
And
where we're seeing-
inclusive means not excluding able-bodied people.
Yep, correct.
You see there, David uses a wheelchair.
Yep.
But Matthew, I don't know whether he has any physical disability. Jenny has a little bit of disability in her legs. But they're both ambulant.
Yep.
Absolutely no problem at all if you want to play boccia as an able-bodied person and just join in the fun,
And I think it's fair to say our Open gold medals, silver medalists, at least this year, are able-bodied players.
That's right.
Yep. So absolutely encourage. You want to try it? Come and try it. And we encourage that. We think it's fantastic, the growth, and I think it's our largest. Is it our largest now?
If it's not, it's going to be very soon. I think
Okay.
BC5 has been the biggest for a while.
Right.
But the number of people in the open classification, it's still called a classification, but it means basically everybody who's not classified as something else can come along. And I think that's just such a great thing, especially at this participation level.
Yep.
You might not be able to go through to the Paralympics, but my goodness, you'll have a good time playing boccia with your friends and with other nice people that you meet at your local boccia club. And you can play up to this level, which is the national highest level in Australia.
Australia.
You can be the Australian National Open champion. And that's not to be sneezed at.
Absolutely not. No, that's you can be the number one in Australia.
Yep.
And I know in the Boccia strategy for the next Boccia Australia strategy for the next 4 or 5 years that there's a commitment there to explore adding another class in Australia, because we can do as many classes as we like within the country. World Boccia determines how many international classes are. At the moment, there's only 4, BC1 through to 4. In the UK, they have 9 classes.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a great thing, because sometimes you do have a disparity, like David here being the only person in a wheelchair and he can't use his left arm.
Yep.
Playing against people like Paul and Jenny who can use every limb on their
Well, that's how we're going to grow the sport as well, is ensuring, within Open or looking to the future, what is that group of people that we see significant numbers wanting to play in, and then by having their own class with that same level of impairment, what we're looking to do is create a greater sense of fairness, a more level playing field for those with that level of impairment or with that type of impairment. Yep.
So you're playing against people who have your own level of physicality.
Correct.
Yeah. I think that's a wonderful idea. Let's do it.
Well, we're committed to exploring it.
Exploring.
So doesn't mean we're
committed to exploring.
Yeah,
I'll go with that for now.
And we've not committed to that before, so I think that's right. We should be exploring new ways of bringing more people into the sport.
So the final score at 10 for New South Wales and 1 for the independent pair. We've wound up another fantastic game here at the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024 here at the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool.
So please join us shortly for the final live streamed game. We've got one more to go.
Okay.
And maybe, Phil, you might join me. I might be able to twist his arm. Now, for those online, we will be adding 2 cameras to this, so you'll have a much more visual and a much more exciting visual experience of the game that's coming up, because we are putting in extra cameras just for this last game.
Fantastic.
All right.
I'm sure it'll work well.
See you shortly.
Somewhere, yeah. I was thinking sort of like here, something like this. So wherever the ball is, maybe it's like that. And it may be out of focus, but imagine the ball here.
Do something like that. And you just sort of got the shot of just the balls coming out.
So now you're the Boccia Australia National. How many times do they throw this? It's 4 heads. 4 rounds. Yeah. So 4 repositions of 6 balls.
Last game was 4 players, 2 players each, so 4 balls each. That's what we think of the individual comps play number 2.
Yeah.
Football's team, and they play 2 versus 2. This is how BC played.
Yeah. It's normally ranked.
Might have been that. Not national game, but other game, yeah, it's a next level. Yeah.
So who's playing this one, do you know? So we're hoping Jameson's in the top. Yeah, when her and Dan just provide another level of jeopardy and stuff.
So this is one of the commentators yesterday explained that this is like round robin. So the other one is play and whoever's got one go through to the bronze. Well, go through to the quarterfinals, then the semi-finals, and then the gold, silver, bronze matches. Whereas this, it's just you play these games, and whoever has the most points at the end that's the winning team.
Oh, I see.
So that's one. They could have called it well in advance of playing 10 points, but they're like, no, we're playing 10 points because that night before we against. And that pushes it out.
I see. Alright, well, very interesting.
I think that the shot from the front is going to be interesting, but also potentially difficult to do because the team on the
Because we're going to get it's going to be in this shot as well at home.
yeah, and the team is that 6? Or is that 6 earlier? Yeah, so the team playing that one is Johnson.
So we want to try to get them to swap in.
Well, they could have won.
Or I'm not leaving to it.
And they may do that themselves because there were 2 unscheduled games or slots. I have 10 minutes Is it worth doing?
Is it worth doing? Is it worth I think it is more reasons. But is it worth doing? There's been about 20 people have like each one model of
That's good. 8 plus 20. This Saturday is
I was assuming it's Well, he's going to commentate this, as far as I know, this one here, which the plan is to take this and show it to Charlie. It's great to see these people playing. I'll pass it on to you, mate. So who's with he can't do it. He doesn't want to do it on one of their shoes.
if the refs need to be on that side. Yeah, so they'll walk on. So the green line is the line. The refs will walk anywhere in the box, including and up to. One. It's been a long time since I've seen this many Aussies.
Oh, mate, crazy, isn't it?
We know in advance we could have potentially mounted a GoPro here. Commentary cam.
Yeah.
Like they do in the cricket now.
Yeah, I think he mentioned that the other day, and I said, mate, it's baby steps, right? That's all. It's all possible, and it's all budget, and it's all, you know.
It's amazing. It's like 5 years ago, the budget.
Yeah, he's done a great job. So he's, I feel a little bit, not guilty, or humbled, I guess. I met Richard at a purpose conference, right? But I'll probably say it. And I was queuing up to meet just because he works his day job is at KPMG. And what they do, people that he's in, is they give grants to charities and startups who are making the world a better place. So helping hand store. So
So I queued up just wanting to, try to get somebody budget. Someone pushed in, and then he had to go, and I had to go, give me a card. I said, let's just catch up for lunch or whatever. So we ended up catching up for breakfast. And I'm sitting there going, oh, so he's taking me in that breakfast. He tells me how his son is dying, and his son plays boccia, and he wants to get back to going and stuff. So I'm sitting there going, I'll do that boccia thing, and I'll do it just as pro bono, just because I can get in with him. But when we rocked up, I saw this guy who loved his son, and I just thought, it just really... Is she really? I just got so convicted with my intentions and thinking, oh man, yeah, it's a different...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking forward to our final matches of the 2024. We have come on to court 5, the BC 4-5 match between New South Wales 2 and Victoria Independent. I'll go with the second page first. 1.7 BC 3 match between New South Wales 3 and Victoria 1. Andrew Reynolds at Ivy Valley versus Ivy Valley.
So what about
BC 3 on court 6. New South Wales 1, Jamison Leeson and Mustafa Adafi against New South Wales 2, Wendy Evans and Javon Bailey. Now we have our BC 4-5 match on court 5. New South Wales 2 and Victoria Independent. Matthew Michael and Paul Papa, Jason Carter and Alicia Miller. BC 1-2, match Queensland x New South Wales 2. Stacey Cohen, Amanda Open and Daniel Stewart against New South Wales, Corey Holland, Aaron McMahon and Aaron Clark. Coming on court 2, BC 1-2, New South Wales 1, Mr. Allardyce, Joseph Evans and Scott Ellsworth
Welcome to the live coverage of the final round here on the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024. We're in the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool in Sydney. And the final game in our live coverage is a BC3 pairs match. BC3s are the classification where the players, because they can't, I should introduce Ken Halliday, who's one of the great BC3 coaches in the world today.
I wouldn't say that. Thank you, Phil.
So the BC3 classification is there's something about you can't throw the ball with any power onto the court.
Yeah, if you're unable to throw the ball consistently past the cross, basically you can be a BC3.
Right.
So you can't just start to play boccia and choose to be a BC3 if you are capable of throwing the ball.
I see, right. Mm. So these players all play with a ramp. I should just say, if you're joining us for the first time, there are lots of coloured lines on the court. The only lines that we're concerned with are the green ones. The green ones, the side lines, the back line, which you probably can't see, and the V line across the front. The green line in front of the players are the main lines that we're going to be talking about. The main role of the green V line is that the jack ball has to go over that V line. Once that's happened, then the V line really has no other role to play in the game. The playing surface measures 10 metres from the baseline up to the back of the court and 6 metres from sideline to sideline. And as you can see, the players are all playing from boxes marked out by green lines. The boxes are 1 metre wide by 2.5 metres long. And particularly in the BC3 classifications, Ken, it's an awkward thing to fit all those wheelchairs, the ramp operators, the ramps themselves, the ball trays and the ramp extensions, all in that one little box.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and when you're doing it, it seems a lot smaller than 1 metre by 2.5 metres.
Imagine, yeah.
And as the listeners may know, everything has got to remain in that box at the time of release. So you can move out of that box when they're lining up and orientating the ramp, but at the point of release of the ball, everything needs to be in that box. So the ramp operator, all the extensions, everything needs to be in the box. And if it's not, and they play the ball, well, then it's a penalty.
And you want to avoid that at all costs.
That's right. Exactly.
I should just run through the pairs here. For New South Wales, we've got Ange McReynolds, and her ramp operator is Matt McDonald. You can see her on the far right of on your side of the court. The other lady in the blue is Kylie Daly, and her ramp operator is Eileen Hancock. The other team is the Queensland number 1 team. We've got Ivy Thorne, who you can see on the far left. Ivy's ramp operator is Viv Tully, and further along with the 309 number, Eamon Rowling and Belinda Duke is his ramp operator.
So as you can see, the red players, which are the team that chose to go red, they're in box 2 and 4, and then the Queensland team who are playing with the blue balls, they're in box 3 and 5. So they don't sit next to each other in a pairs game, they sit in alternate boxes.
Now, Anne just put the jack out. That would have been agreed by the two players in advance, Ken?
That's right, this is what they do in their training sessions. They agree to where's the best place to put the jack that they both have a good
Right.
shot at, and both feel confident that they can play their balls to that position. So I noticed that Ange has gone quite a bit in court from where they would normally do. Normally you would play the jack further over to the sideline.
I was thinking that.
To
yes.
disadvantage your opposition, or mainly in pairs to disadvantage the player on the far end in box 5.
So they have to play a cross court.
Yeah, that's right, which is more difficult. But obviously Ange and Kylie have agreed to play it further in court, which probably makes it a bit easier for Kylie. Because it's very difficult to get the angles on those in the middle two boxes. Because
It is.
on the end boxes you can manoeuvre into the empty box to the side.
As long as you come back into your box.
So long as you come back in before you play the ball. But in the middle boxes you have to stay in that box the whole time. You can't manoeuvre into a box that's already occupied.
First ball. Would Ange be happy with that, do you think?
No. Well,
Should have preferred it in front.
definitely, yes. Yeah, that would have. The fact that it's slightly behind the jack could be an advantage later on in the end. But definitely your first ball, what you want to do there is really get your first ball on in front of the jack.
And that then would make it hard for your opponent. They'd have to knock that ball away
That's
before
right.
they can do anything about holding the jack.
That's right, but as it is now, Queensland have a chance of now securing the jack by getting their first draw on.
And it looks like Eamon is going to take the shot.
Well, I'm
It
not
would-
sure. They're both lining up, and this quite often happens in pairs that they can both line up because you can do that so long as when your time's running.
Right, and yeah, their clock is running, so
Yeah, so
both players can line up.
yeah. So it looks like Eamon is going to take the shot, but Ivy took the time to line up as well. So when it's his shot, he's already pretty much lined up.
Because particularly in BC3s, the time taken to organise things in the box is critical.
It is, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And they get 7 minutes to play all their balls. And if they play the jack, well, the jack is included in the time. So if you play the jack, you've got to play all 7 balls in 7 minutes. But yeah, it does take time, and time. It takes time as well in the pairs game for communication. So they need to communicate with each other as to.
I imagine they do, yeah,
so-
because you're not making the decision for yourself, you're making
That's
it
right.
for the two.
Yeah.
It looks like Eamon's going to go with a little bit of power here. He's not going from the top of the
It
ramp.
might be very soft. No, he's only going to try and draw onto it, so
Right. Yeah.
it should be his softest ball. Yeah, and that's
And
a great
he's done
shot.
that. Right.
It was probably a little bit hard, but it was lucky that it hit right in the middle of the jack and stayed there.
So that would have been what Ange was hoping for with the first red ball.
Yeah, exactly there. That's where she
So now,
ideally wanted it. Yeah.
The New South Wales team would have to dislodge that, what we think is a soft ball from in front of what
Yeah.
was probably a soft jack.
Yeah, that's right. So now they're communicating. Ange and Kylie will be communicating, which is a little bit difficult for Ange because she's non-verbal. So Kylie would be making suggestions, and then Ange would, just give a nod for yes or no. So what they need to look at now is who's got the best angle at knocking that blue ball away. So Kylie would be, she can see if she can see any of the jack, she'd be asking Ange, how much of the jack can you see?
Yep.
So whoever can see the most of the jack, they should take the shot, because then they've got more of a chance of moving the ball
see.
away from the front.
It looks like Ange is lining up to take the shot. Does she maybe have a little bit more of a sideways angle on the blue ball?
I think she has, yeah. I think she can see more of the jack than what Kylie can.
Yeah, that's
So yeah,
Probably what they were discussing.
yeah, that's right. So she'd be.
We should just say here that all the decisions in BC3, well, in any boccia, but in this BC3 classification, all the decisions are made by the athletes. The ramp operators have no agency at all.
That's
in
right.
They're there just to do purely what they're instructed to do by
That's
the
right.
player.
Unlike a caddy in golf,
Yeah.
where they can advise their player what shot they should take or what club they should use, but that's not the case in boccia. The ramp operator is not allowed to communicate at all with the player.
And you'll see too that when Matt is handling the ramp there, he's taking care to keep his back to the court.
Oh yeah.
They're not allowed to see either, are they?
No.
Oh, a little bit of a turn there.
Just glanced it, but what it's done, it's actually pushed the jack back to the red.
To the red, yep.
So it'll be interesting now to see whose turn it is to go, because they could both be touching the jack, in which case that's equidistant. And if it is equidistant, the referee will indicate for whoever played last will play again. I think she just indicated that. Rowe is the referee.
Yeah,
from
all the way from Tasmania.
Yeah.
Good to see. Yep.
Yeah, so
a few players here from Tasmania for this competition.
yeah, so she's indicated that they are both touching, so it's equidistant.
So it's very tight, very early on in the game.
Oh, hang on, am I wrong there? Is it? Sorry, no, because blue are going. So yeah, the red must be touching, but the blue mustn't be.
So hard to see from our angle,
Yeah,
isn't it?
you can't see from here, no.
But Rowe has perfect vision of it, so we'll take her word for it, I think.
I know she had a back to me, but I thought she indicated. So the indication with the paddle, if it is equidistant, is that you hold the paddle sideways,
Yeah,
like
horizontally.
to indicate it's equidistant, and then you show what colour it is to go. And I thought she did that, but I must be wrong. So Queensland
Queensland
have a choice now of either just trying to push that blue onto the jack to secure it, or push the red ball away.
What would your option be?
I'd push the red ball away.
Yeah. That blue ball in front of the jack is still serving a great purpose in blocking the jack, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
It's a pity there that ball just missed the red ball.
Yeah.
I think that's what Eamon was trying to do.
Yeah, it looks like that way. And he didn't have a lot of pace on it, which I would say what they were trying to do is to push the red ball back slightly and leave the blue ball there, which would have been a really good hold.
I saw a lot of that being done in the Paralympics. That seemed to be a favourite shot of a lot of people.
We do, yeah. We do coach that way, you know, if you can do that, to try and just move the opposition's ball away and leave your ball there. Can't always do it, but if you can.
Ivy now trying to do something. Could she flip the red ball?
She's going for the same shot, but unfortunately it just glanced it.
Yep.
It may have moved it away from the jack slightly.
These balls seem to be very hard, Ken.
Yeah,
I just watched the referee, Roe Blaney, there having to walk quite a long distance to retrieve that ball back again.
Yeah, so the BC3s, especially the ramp players, they have a variety of balls, so they go from very soft to very hard and use them depending on what they need to do. So if they're doing a knockout shot, then they'll use their hard balls. And obviously the softer balls they use for drawing onto the jack.
And boccia is a 6-ball game, and there are 2 players in each box, so each player would have 3 balls.
That's correct, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so you only ever play with 6 red and 6 blue. So you also have a teams, the BC1 and BC2 throwers. They have a team when they're on court, and they have 6 players. There's 6 players on court, 3 in each team, and so they only have 2 balls each.
Yeah, so the total number has to come to 6.
6, that's right.
Ivy having another go here.
She's just going to go for pushing the blue ball up now rather than trying to push the red ball away, which she has done. So now it's very close.
The referee having a good look over the top to see whether there's the slightest gap between one ball and not with the other. Sometimes they use a torch even to say, but she's going to do a measure.
So they must be very, very close.
Very close indeed.
So she'll probably better
Go for
get the
feeler gauge. Yep. If you've ever gapped a spark plug or a set of ignition points on a car, you'd be familiar with the feeler gauge, and that's exactly what they're using here. Very tense moment for all the players. A lot depends on the outcome of this measure. Ro Blaney paying a lot of attention there to what she's doing, knowing.
And she's got to be very careful doing this because you don't want to move the balls when you're putting the feeler gauges between. So you've got to make sure that you don't move them. You've got to be really careful, especially when it could only be like a millimetre or less difference.
Looks like she's made a decision. Let's see what it is.
No, it's
calling
too
for the
close,
head
too
ref.
close to call. Interesting.
Lisa Hansen's the head referee. We should be very formal about it. The head referee for this competition. And if any referee can't come to a decision, the head referee is called in, and then the decision made by the head referee is the final verdict. Other games going on courts around us. We can see behind us New South Wales BC3. That would be the number 2, BC3 number 2 team playing
Number 1, I think.
number 1, right? So New South Wales is going to win that one, Ken.
I think so, yeah.
And some throwers games going on in other places around New South Wales versus an independent BC5 pair on the court next to us. This is a great venue, Ken. I've never been here before, but it's...
So this is the first time we've ever held a competition here.
Yeah, this is the Whitlam Centre in Liverpool.
Yeah. I came across it. We did a come and try day here. So when Fiona Porch and Jack Wilkinson were looking to start up a club in the Liverpool area.
Oh, that was when we found it.
Yeah, they got this venue to do the come and try, so I came along to help them out. And when I saw the venue, I thought, oh, this could be really good for a competition. So yeah, we managed to secure it. For the national titles. But yeah, it's plenty of room. It's pretty good layout.
And lots of seating for spectators.
Yeah, which you don't often get.
No. I know people who have been following us on the live feed may feel that they'd like to come along and see a Boccia game sometime. So stay in touch with the Boccia Australia website. Most of the competitions in the country will be listed there, and find one close to you and come along and join in the experience. Boccia people, always very friendly off the court. We're all mates.
Does that mean they're not very friendly on the court, Bill?
When you get on the court, a little bit of a mind change. You become... it's still fair and it's still polite, but there's just that little bit more aggression in there where you want to come out the winner.
That's right, exactly, yeah.
Head ref Lisa here having a little trouble. These balls must be so close to being the same distance away. They've used the torch, they've used the feeler gauges, and still can't quite decide which ball is the closest.
I noticed on the court next to us that the referee there has asked for assistance as well. From
Yes,
the
so
head referee,
that game's
been held up.
stalled too. So
Lisa can't be in two places at the same time.
Lisa will have to hurdle over the court divider and go and find out what's happening over there. But they know how important these decisions are to the players, and the players like to see that they're given the best possible chance of the outcome that they'd like.
I think it might end up being equidistant.
Yeah,
If they can't
there aren't
decide
very
after
many
all this time.
of those foils in the feeler gauges left.
So just while they're doing that, Phil, I might raise something that might be of interest. That before they come onto the court to play, they go into the call room and where they meet the referee, and the referee will do the coin toss. And in the pairs games, they do a 2-minute warm-up before they start playing the game. And in the pairs, they do separate 2-minute warm-ups. So one team will do their 2-minute warm-up, and then they'll move back, and the other team will do their 2-minute warm-up. And it's interesting, when we go overseas, we like to know what the choice of colour is for an opposition team that we may be playing.
Okay. Yeah.
So when they come out, because we don't know what goes on in the call room, so when they come out onto the call, we take notice of who does the second warm-up. And the person that does the second warm-up is usually the person that's won the toss, or the team that's won the toss, who's lost the toss, whoever does the second warm-up. So whoever wins the toss, they choose what colour they're going to be. Whoever loses the toss chooses whether they want to do the first warm-up or the second warm-up.
Yeah.
So the advantage is in doing the second warm-up, because then you can see where your opposition is practicing their balls,
their jack length.
in their jack length, and where they're going to place the jack, because that's what they'll practice before they actually.
Fascinating. Yeah.
So you can tell, by who does the second warm-up. So we're always observing that when we go overseas.
Yeah.
See who does the second warm-up. We know, okay, well they didn't win the toss, the other team won the toss, and they chose red. So that may be their favoured colour. So if we get to play them in the next round, we might choose to go red. So as they go blue if we know that red is their
behind the scenes skullduggery going on there.
It's all tactics.
And it's all legal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So it looks like the blue team.
Yeah,
are playing
blue
decision.
must be slightly further away.
Yeah.
Although they could have decided it was equidistant because blue played last. So if it is equidistant, blue would play again. And they're just trying to push the blue ball back. Yeah.
Something definite's been done there.
Yeah, that's right.
From our position here, it looks like blue is holding pretty definitely.
So it's pushed the blue ball, but in hitting it so hard, it's now knocked the jack back, and now there's another measure because they both look very similar distance from the jack again.
They do, yeah. I've just been noticing the variety of ramps here, Ken. But I get the impression, not being a BC3 player, but ramp design and ramp technology has just skyrocketed in recent years, and it's almost like an arms race to see who can have the best ramp because they're so vital.
Yeah, that's right.
I noticed Ange has what I used to think of as a very high-tech ramp back in the old days.
It's a very basic one.
Yeah.
I can tell a story about that because I was very involved with Ange. I was her ramp operator for many years.
I saw you on the TV once many years ago in an ad for...
it was for the government, We did an ad.
In the stars.
I don't know about that. But Ange, I remember she brought that ramp from New Zealand because there was nothing in Australia like it.
So that was the height of technology then.
Yeah, and since she got that ramp, she's changed the colour of it. She's painted it a few times, and we also did some adjustments to it, or some Yeah, in the design of it, we
Some
changed
modifications.
The design. Modifications, that's the word. Thank you, Phil. We did some modifications. One of it where you might notice that most of the ramps will have a straight upright holding the ramp. Ange is like a dog leg shape.
Right.
And the reason for that was to get it so as Ange's feet could come in closer to the ramp, so she could reach the ball to. And I remember we had an old retired gentleman who was very good with timber, who lived next door to where Ange was living, and we called him the ramp doctor. If you wanted something done to a ramp, he was the guy to go to, and he used to do it all for free. He was a great guy. But Ange has had that ramp for many years. There you go, nice knockout. Yeah.
So the jack is open now.
Problem now is that, unfortunately she's knocked that blue ball slightly too far away. So their red ball is closer.
What with the blue team, they've got one ball left and 1 minute left on the clock. What would they be wanting to do here?
Yeah, well, secure the jack.
Yeah,
so hopefully they haven't got a hard ball left. It'd be really hard to draw onto that jack with a hard ball. Hopefully they've got a soft ball
and Ivy to take the shot here.
Yeah, looks like he has got a soft ball from where he's setting up the ramp to push it up from where she's setting up the ramp. 30 seconds to go. Yep, no problem. She'll knock that up. Oh, she's gone a bit hard.
So the jack is still open.
And that can happen sometimes when the time's counting down. You might rush your decision.
Yep.
Might not take as long as you would like to work out the calibrations as to what the length is and what ball you've got and where you've got to put it on the ramp. So if you have to rush that, sometimes that's what can happen. So now Red have a chance now of getting a few points here because
So all they need to do now is maybe move the jack just a little bit away from the blue ball.
From those blues, yeah. So it looks like Kylie's going to have the shot now.
Yep.
And ideally she should push the jack back to that red ball that's
which will
behind.
bring those two red balls into scoring position.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And hopefully the ball that Kylie rolls it
I
back.
think I'd probably aim between the jack and the blue balls.
Why would that be?
Well, just to push the jack slightly across to their left, closer to the red balls, and then you're also getting a red ball in between the jack and the blues, and
just a little bit of a push back.
Yeah, just mainly got onto it, which is good. I mean, if you're going to do anything, you need to just secure the jack. They must be. Yeah, they're running out of time as well.
Yes,
so
30 seconds with
30 seconds
one
remaining.
ball to go.
Oh yeah, that's a good ball.
That's lovely.
Yeah, that's a great ball. Yeah.
Yep.
So they'll have at least two here.
Yep. Is it important to be the first person to score in a match like this?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially seeing as it was Red's jack.
Right, so you would be expected to win that end.
You're expected to win your own jack end. And to get a good start in the game, it's not good to be behind. Two red.
Two red.
So that's a good start.
So you'll notice a lot of activity going on with the ramp operators now. There's a 1 minute break between the end of the first end and the beginning of the second end. They're making the supposition that the blue players are going to play off towards the left-hand side of the court as we see it.
That's right, yeah, so they've got to move.
95% of the time you'd be right, but I noticed Dan
occasionally,
occasionally mixes things up. Dan Michelle, of course, one of our silver medal winning Paralympians. But I think probably that's going to work for them this time.
Yeah.
And of course they have to collect all the balls, reorganise everything within the box and be all ready to go within a minute.
Within the 1 minute. And it's interesting that when I'm the coach and I'm on the court, in that 1 minute I'm allowed to go and speak to the players.
Yep.
But I have to be back off the court before that 1 minute is up.
Right.
Otherwise it's a yellow card. So they give a 15-second warning, and sometimes you're so engrossed in talking to the players, you don't hear the 15 seconds, and then you might turn around to look at the clock, and you've got like 7 seconds to get back off the
But
court.
you're a very fast runner, Ken. I've seen you do it.
I've done that 10 metre sprint a few times. So now it's Eamon's turn to play the jack. So with playing the jack in the pairs, it goes across the court from right to left as we're looking at it. So the red player on the right-hand box will play the jack first, and then the blue player in the next box will play, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
They all have
So everybody plays a jack alternately.
Yeah. The only thing that will change is if they foul the jack. So fouling the jack means that when they play the jack, if it doesn't go over that V line, or if it goes out of court, that's a fouled jack. So the referee will pick the jack up, take that away, and then it goes to the next person to play the jack to the other team.
Right.
And again, it goes along the line. So for instance, if Eamon fouled the jack now, the jack would go to Kylie. She would play the jack. But then in the next end, Kylie plays the jack again.
Because it's
she
Kylie's
still gets
turn.
her turn. Yeah.
Yeah. So that would give you a definite advantage, wouldn't it, if that happened?
Definitely, yeah.
Some concentration from Eamon here.
Yeah, he's on for a nice, steady short jack there. About a metre in from the sideline, about 3 metres long.
Yep.
It's a very popular position for jacks these days. A lot of the international players will play it to that position. Sometimes in individual games, they'll play it closer to the sideline.
Yep.
But I notice in the pairs, they'll just come in the court a little bit further, just so as it doesn't make it too difficult for the player in the far box.
If you were to put your jack near the sideline, is that so anybody who tries to play like a drive shot are likely to lose their ball over the sideline?
Yeah. Well, usually if you do a drive shot, if you're using a hard ball, that will usually go out of court anyway.
Yeah.
If it's anywhere near the sideline, or even if it's not, sometimes it'll go over the baseline, because you've got to hit them so hard. But you don't want to put the jack too close to the sideline, because what you don't want to happen is for the jack to be knocked out of court, because if the jack gets knocked out of court during the end, it gets picked up and placed on the cross in the middle of the court. And
you can see that green cross inside
right.
the green box there.
And the end continues. So
that would change things completely.
In saying that, sometimes it's an advantage if the other team has played all their balls and you have a chance of knocking the jack out and getting it placed on the cross in the middle, and you still have more balls to play, well, then you can rack up the points by doing that. That's moving it a long way from the opposition's balls. So Eamon's playing his first ball, and that's not bad.
That's not too bad, is it?
No. I can't see the angle, but I don't think the New South Wales team will have much of an angle on that. I don't think they'd have a draw onto the jack by the look of it.
No, it's very close. It's not touching, but it's very close. And the angle, as you say, is very awkward for the New South Wales players.
I'd say it's definitely blocking Ange in box 2. But
so
Kylie may have.
Maybe able to come up the side of the blue ball.
This is where they have to make the decision. Do they draw onto the jack and get a good hold, which means you don't want to draw onto the jack and have it alongside the jack. You need to keep it in front. So if Kylie has got a good view of the jack, she will draw onto it. If she hasn't, she'd be better off to try and move that blue ball away first, and then drawing onto the jack and getting a good hold.
So it's a very strategic game, isn't
it? It is, very much so.
A lot of tactical skills going on, as well as use of the ramp and the ball. There's a lot of thinking, a lot of decisions to be made. More
so with the BC3 ramp players as well.
I think so, yeah. I'm a BC5 player, and we just throw balls.
There is some tactics and strategies that come into it as well,
Yeah,
Phil, but
I've used them very well. But
there you
yeah,
go.
compared
Oh,
with this,
yeah, well,
there's a lot more finesse, I think, in the BC3 game.
there is, yeah. So Kylie chose to draw onto that jack, but unfortunately, it was just a little bit hard.
Just kicked off it to the side.
Yeah. So unfortunately, she's left the jack open.
Would she? Of course, the blue plays now because the red is closest.
Yeah, because that's the problem where it
and
just
it's right in
lands off
front
the
of
jack.
Ivy.
Yeah. So he should be able to get a good hold on the jack here. He may even go into the wedge. So the wedge is where you have two balls side by side, like the jack and the red there, and he put his blue ball into that wedge, which makes it really difficult to knock away then.
Because it is actually wedged in.
Wedged in, yeah. Sometimes called a wing. Yeah, they call it a wing, that you get it into.
Dan was talking about a half wing the other day.
Was he?
I was wondering what a half wing
ball.
was. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's exactly what you were saying.
That's exactly what he's done, yeah. So that's a good shot. So now the New South Wales team have a choice as to whether they think they can push that blue ball through between the jack and the red. If they're all soft balls, the jack is a soft ball and
just
the red,
absorbs
I'd
the
say
power.
they are. So you would really need to hit it hard to push that blue ball through.
Could they choose to push the jack back?
They can if they have a clear shot at it, but I think that other blue ball may be stopping them from getting a clear shot.
Even
at the
though
jack.
it's not in the head as such, it's still a ball that's making problems for the opposition. Yeah.
And that's going to be difficult for Ange right through this end because it's directly in line with her, it's blocking her, so she just doesn't have a shot at anything at the moment because of that ball being there.
Would Kylie have the option of moving that ball so that Ange could get through?
Yeah, that is an option, yeah.
It's the advantage of having pairs.
That's right,
with two different angles.
That's right. That can happen later on in the end as well. If one player has only one ball left and their partner's got three balls left, the one that's got one ball left may just choose to move a ball out of the way so the other player can get their three balls in.
And communication there is important for that
Yeah,
too.
very much so. She was able to push it through, so there wasn't in there all that tight, but so the blue ball's still holding, so red goes again. Problem is that Ange is still blocked here, so Kylie's going to have to use her last ball, which is not ideal. So when we're coaching, we usually coach that one player doesn't use all their balls first, if at all possible.
So you're maintaining the use of that line that comes from the box. So you're not limited to just one.
That's right. Yeah. So in this case now, Kylie could choose that option we were talking about by moving that blue ball because Ange has got, she got it on the jack, which is a good shot.
She's got a good hold there.
But her option then could have been to move that blue ball because Ange has still got three balls left, but she's still blocked by that blue ball.
Yeah. Would Queensland have an option of knocking that blue ball
in
onto the jack?
Onto the jack, that's one of the options.
So that could come back into play.
Looks like Ivy's going to choose to do a knockout and try and move that red ball. I'd say she hasn't got a shot at the jack.
But she's certainly going for maximum power, putting on the extensions on the ramp.
Yeah, so I'd say she's going to try and knock, again, as I was saying before, if they're all soft balls, it will be really hard to push that red ball through between the jack and the blue ball.
And of course, the further the ball drops down the ramp, the more speed and the more power the shot has. So I know Ivy controls that pointer with her toes, so it's very awkward for her to do this. But she's a very good player and manages it well. She's done there.
Yeah, she's hit it. Didn't move it away from the jack too much. It followed. But
So red's closer, and they've maintained the next shot.
so that may have done Ange a favour because he's moved the jack back now. So
I see,
that
yeah.
blue ball is now not blocking. So may not have been the best decision.
You have to think of so much,
Oh yeah.
don't you, in a pairs game?
And it's
Not-
like chess as well. You've got to think more than one shot ahead.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. I should say too that
They're running out of time again. They've only got 1 minute to go. Sorry.
I was going to say that the athlete has to be the person who causes the ball to
leave
go
it
down
around.
the ramp.
That's right. Yeah, they have to be the last one to touch it.
Yep,
Yeah.
it can't be released by the ramp operator.
And if they can't touch it with their hand or fingers, they have to have something attached to their body to push the ball off.
Yeah, like a
And-
hand pointer, or
Yeah,
but in
so-
Ivy's case, a very complicated set
Yeah,
of.
he's got it attached to his leg. Eamon's going, I don't know what that
I think I
was.
see what he was trying to do there, but
Probably trying to knock the red ball away and
Yeah.
stay on. So
they've
they've-
got 16 seconds and 10 seconds now, and 2 balls to play.
Yeah, they won't get 2 balls out in 10 seconds. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
So that's what we call a knockout to hold.
Yep.
So you knock the opposition's ball away and you get a good hold on the jack. Not always easy to do. Why is he on? Not his hand. Oh, sorry.
I wonder. I always tell my players that's the king of all shots, the knock away and hold. I'd love to see a knock away and hold.
Yeah.
There seems to be a problem there.
There's a. Oh,
Technical problem there.
Yeah, so they had Ivy mic'd up for this coverage, and it looks like the microphone's fallen off and gone under the wheel of the wheelchair, so that's not a good situation.
Under the wheel of Kylie's wheelchair, by the look.
Oh, is it? Under Kylie's wheelchair.
Under normal circumstances, that would be a penalty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because the Queensland team put their hand up and you're not allowed to move when it's the other person's time. So the blue New South Wales clock time would have been running, and but under those circumstances, and I think if Kylie moved her chair, it was going to run over the mic, so I guess
you wouldn't want to do
in
that.
those circumstances they'll let it go. But normally, if it's the other team's time, you can't be moving or doing anything. I've seen that happen in a game where the opposition has seen that player has done something wrong, or their chair's over the line or something, and their time's running, and the opposition has put their hand up and called the referee's attention. The referee comes over and says, it's a penalty to you because you're moving in the other person's time.
Right. So you've got to know all the rules as well.
That happened. Very great shot, Ange. Really well done. Move the blue ball away and push the jack back onto that red. That's a great shot.
Yep. Very good shot.
Now blue's only got 5 seconds.
And 1 ball.
Yeah. I don't think they'll get it out in 5 seconds. No.
Yeah.
Time's out.
Time's up. So that ball will be retrieved by the
Yeah, they
referee.
don't get to play that ball, unfortunately.
So now New South Wales are in a position to maximise their win by scoring more points.
That's right, yeah.
They
And
just
that
have to get more balls around that jack.
That's right. That's all they need to do. So Ange has probably got the opportunity now to knock that short red ball back.
Poor old Ange, who's been left out of the game so long.
Yeah, but
She's now can do her stuff.
Now it's all up to her. So she can either go either side of that red ball and draw on around the jack, or if she has a hard ball left, she would use it to knock the red ball,
the red ball out.
short red ball back.
some cheers for the New South Wales team on the court behind us.
They're throwing off like 3 balls by the look of it.
It's the last end, and they're 3-2 up, I think, by the look of it.
Oh, so Anne's hit that short ball, but unfortunately she didn't hit it hard enough. So
and it's going to be hard for her to get a second shot at it, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know whether she was at that pace. It looked like she was only trying to draw in, but maybe she was aiming to go...
Maybe that was the intention.
Yeah, to go one side or the other of that red ball, but instead it may have turned slightly and hit the red ball instead of going one side or the other. I think if she was trying to knock it up, she would have gone a lot harder.
I was talking to Richard Buller a few in the previous game, and he said a ball like that is called a landmine.
A landmine?
Yeah, if it's in your way and you hit it and it's your own ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there she goes.
What a ball. That's lovely.
So, yeah,
straight through the gap in there.
Yeah. I think they're out of balls, are they? Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yep. Queensland's had one take.
That's always a trick for the referees when there's a ball right at the back of the court. They quite often don't see that one.
Yeah. No measuring to be done.
No.
The referee's got a clear cut.
2 red again.
2 to red.
Yeah, there you go. That's good.
So at the end of 2 ends, which is the middle of the game, New South Wales are now 4, and Queensland.
Still to worry the scorer.
Yes. cricket sort of euphemisms coming to mind. Yeah. Yet to trouble the scoreboard operator. So your thoughts at the moment, Ken, on how the game's going?
Well, it's nice and tight. Queensland have been a bit unlucky in running out of time. They probably need to look at their time management a bit because not being able to play that last ball was pretty crucial. If they'd had enough time, they could have secured the jack again and made it very difficult for the New South Wales team. But that's something that they need to look at. It's difficult for some of the athletes, especially with their condition. They have a lot of trouble in lining up the ramp and pushing the ball off the ramp, and that can take a lot of time.
I noticed Queensland coach Bruner was going up and having a word, maybe something of that in what she was just discussing with them. Yeah, the coach can go up and have a chat in that.
1 minute, yes, that's right. Yeah.
We were just talking about you having to sprint back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So Kylie's turn to set the jack now for New South Wales, and she's coming off on this right-hand side of the court.
Yeah, virtually going pretty much where Ange placed her jack, so that's obviously the area they've chosen to play.
So just a little bit short of the 3 metre mark.
Yeah, it looks like it just gone just a bit short. And that's what the players have to do, because sometimes the nature of boccia balls is they won't do the same thing exactly every time. You put the same ball on the ramp in exactly the same position and it won't do the same thing. You roll it down twice and it can do 2 different things. So that's the nature of it.
It adds in a random element.
That's
you
right.
can't cover everything with calibration.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what Kylie would need to do is so she may have... That jack may have pulled up a bit shorter than what she intended, so then she would have to make the adjustment as to where she would normally put her first ball. She may have done that then and just corrected a little bit too much.
So she'd have to deduct or add.
Yeah, that's right.
Onto the calibrated numbers.
Yeah, and that's not easy to do, because the jack may have pulled up maybe 20 centimetres short, so then she's got to work out the calibration of where...
And if you're on the live feed, you might be able to see Eamon's ramp operator there showing him a chart which would give him information on the ball that he would need and where to place it.
That's right, yeah.
And I think Ivy's chart you can see there on a panel attached to her wheelchair.
Yeah, so they all usually have a calibration chart, which is very important. I mean, there was no such thing as that years ago, but the way that sport's developed, that's a great shot.
That's
a great shot.
That's tucked in nicely between the red ball and the jack. That's really
perfect.
tight there now, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
That's exactly what you want to do. You want to get it in there.
Yep.
So now it makes it very difficult now for the New South Wales team to...
Yep. Neither of them really have a good line on the jack, do they?
No, they don't. Not with that red ball at the front there.
Yep.
So you could choose to move that red ball out of the way. So Kylie, for instance, could hit that red ball to push it to the side and to open it up for Kylie, for Ange then to have a shot at the blue ball. It means you're using two balls for the one shot, but where it is, there's really no other choice.
Would there be any thought at this stage, in the third end, you're 4-0 up, to go conservatively and just block the blue team from getting any more
That's
points?
an option, yeah. Yeah, because if you use too many balls to try and knock other balls away, then you don't have many balls then to try and secure the jack.
Yep.
And being 4-0 up, that would be an option for sure.
You might want probably a little bit more of a buffer in your score.
I think
I'd like to be 6-0, I think.
You're right. Well, especially these days, you can score multiple points in an end. So that
a try there. And all the power in that hard ball absorbed by those two soft balls in front. Some physics involved in boccia as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So Kylie now coming down from the other side.
Yeah, I think with the angle that she has got a chance of pushing that red ball back a bit and then coming in behind it, which would be a good blocking shot. I think they should probably block now.
Yeah, they've got 2 balls out and 4 balls to play.
Especially these days with the really hard balls and playing them from the double extension, it is hard to block if you're only blocking with a couple of balls. Yep. They're very easy to move.
You need a good thick barrier between the jack and someone with a hard ball on the top of a double extension.
That's right, yeah.
Kylie indicating to her ramp operator exactly where she'd like it to be aimed, because millimetres involved in this shot.
I think she's...
Yeah, she's going with some power. Missed completely.
Yeah, so now they're definitely going to block, I would say.
Yep.
Just concede the 1 point if they can.
Yeah.
If they can block it up.
In that situation, you just say to yourself, well, I've played that ball, it didn't work.
Yep.
Just put that behind you.
That's
and
it,
try and not let it dwell on your mind too much.
Just move on and concentrate on playing the next ball as best you can.
Yep. So still taking the next shot. Kylie indicating she'd like it slightly to her right, which I think is the proper correction that she needed.
Yeah, it's just making final adjustment.
Yeah, minute adjustments are going to make all the difference. No,
unfortunately,
still not doing it. So now they've only got 2 balls left, and I think these would have to be vital blocking balls.
Vital blocking balls, yeah.
Because all Queensland would have to do is knock that red ball away and cluster their balls around it.
That's it, yeah, and they can get multiple points. So ideally what you need to do here is to put a ball alongside the jack and then follow it up with another ball behind it.
Okay.
So you've got two balls alongside the jack, because
Right.
it's much harder to move two balls, one in front of the other, than it is just single balls. So you wouldn't put one ball on one side of the jack and one ball on the other side of the jack, because they're too easy to move.
Yep.
So if you've only got two balls left, you'd put them both on one side.
Oh, interesting.
that
I would have gone the other way, but
That closes a scoring circle.
Yep.
And keeps it nice and tight. And if you've got one ball behind the other, that would be really difficult to move them then.
Right. I wonder if they're thinking the same way.
Interesting. They're running out of time.
Yeah.
Oh, Kyle, the engine's gone too hard as well. I don't think they're reading that length very well, and yet that was where they placed the jack. So you would think they would know what the length is.
And they've got Queensland with 6 minutes on the clock and 5 balls left. So this could be
seconds.
something that's going to be hard to come back from.
Yeah, I don't think Angie's going to get her last ball out, unfortunately.
Yeah, there we go. Time's up.
Oh,
So as you were saying earlier, time management,
that's it.
vital thing for both.
So
both
that
teams.
that last ball was crucial again. You need to get at least another ball around that head somewhere
Yep.
to make it as difficult as possible for Queensland. So I'd say Ivy will take this shot, as you said, move that red ball away and open it up, and then they just need to just pile in some points.
Would Ivy be trying to work it out so that the ball she knocks the red ball away with would stay in close? But I suppose the main thing is to get a big circle, or scoring circle.
Scoring circle, yeah.
Around
So
that jack and blue ball.
ideally, if she can knock it away and leave a big enough scoring circle. And it looks like she may have done that, because that blue ball looks like it could be holding as well.
It's fortuitous that it just hit the red ball as it rolled back and stopped.
That's right.
I'm sure Ivy would say she meant that to happen.
Yep, I'm sure she would.
Okay, should be some easy points scored here by Eamon now.
He just needs to read the lengths,
Yep.
get his calibration right.
And perhaps using the jack and blue ball as a cushion to rest up against.
Yep. Yeah, well, bit too hard, but it's still a scoring ball.
In the circle as far as we can see anyway.
Yeah.
Probably needs to be just a little bit more careful next time. Releasing from lower on the ramp this time.
Yeah, so this ball could be a slightly harder ball, so you need to take a bit of pace off it. Yeah, he's gone too hard again, but it's still in there.
Yep. Took enough pace off it by running it into the blue ball.
It looks like his last ball is going to be harder again, because they've gone further down the ramp
Way down
to play
on
it.
the ramp. And notice the ramp assistant lifting the bottom of the ramp up.
To slow it down a bit more.
Yeah. So
Not ideal, because the bigger the step the ball has to come off, the less chance you have of it rolling straight.
Yep.
But in this instance, it doesn't have to be too accurate, because there's a big scoring circle there.
Yep. And taking the power off it is the more important factor.
Yeah,
isn't
in
it?
this case, if it's a harder ball. Yeah, it is a hard ball. Oh, there you go.
And using those balls as a buffer there.
Yeah.
Really good, really good. Ivy with one ball left and just under 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's plenty of
I
time.
I don't think time's going to be a problem here.
No.
She can take as much time as she likes to line everything up. not take any risks whatsoever. Lovely
Could have been
control.
hard again, but yeah, stayed in the scoring circle. That's the main thing. So I might have to measure again here.
Yeah, wonder whether that one towards the right-hand side of the blue balls is the closest. Ro Blaney, the referee, is deciding here what she needs to measure. Oh dear.
Oh, that wasn't the one you kicked.
That was a bit of a mistake there from the referee.
Yeah.
Shouldn't
Like
really-
all of us, yeah, we all make mistakes.
That's
and
right. Referees are human.
They are, yes, definitely.
So measuring the furthest blue ball there, I think. And checking it against the red that we thought was probably the closest. No, going for the other one.
It's very close.
Yeah. With one end to go, this is also a very important measure. It'll set the scene for the final end, in which Ivy Thorne will set the jack for the Queensland team. Very close measure there. Referees don't like being on television with this sort of view.
No. Like all of us, I think we can be a little bit more nervous when we know we're being watched by a lot of people.
I think so, yeah. Kylie and Ivy watching closely here to make sure that everything's been done properly. The ramp operator's having a bit of downtime in the boxes.
They are allowed to turn around and watch the measure. They're not allowed to come onto the court or communicate with their player at this point. But they are, years ago, you weren't allowed to turn around.
Right.
You weren't allowed to turn around until the decision was made and the score was given. But they've changed that now, and the ramp operators are allowed to turn around. Once the players go out to check the measure, they can turn around and watch. But yeah, they can't get involved in the measure or.
How often do the rules get reviewed like that, Ken?
Yeah, quite often. They used to do it just every quadrennial, so after every Paralympics,
Right.
they would review the rules, and then a new set of rules would come out, like for the next quadrennial. But now they seem to review them quite often.
Right.
So they have a rules and competition committee, and they review them quite often. So you can get a change, sometimes even more than once a year. You know, a new rule can come out.
Have to stay on top of it all as a coach.
You do, yeah. Yeah, you have to be.
And as a player as well.
Yeah, checking all the time, yeah.
Looks like the head ref has been
So,
called in again.
once again, the head referee's been called in. Looks like the game is finished on the court at the back. Can you see what the score is there?
10-0 to red.
Oh, okay.
Who was red?
I think that was New South Wales 1, yeah,
Right. Yep.
which was Jamison,
Jamison
Leeson,
and Musty.
Rusty, yeah.
Yep.
Over your Hunter team.
Yep. Against my Hunter team. Yeah, I would have thought they might have taken an end off them, but
Yeah,
perhaps not. We'll have a chat afterwards and find out.
yeah.
They're coming off the court there now. I was going to say, and off to the pub, but I don't think,
No.
think that's going to happen.
So a lot of discussion going on here about the balls. I don't know whether this is a discussion about the fact that the referee did move the ball accidentally.
Yes, that crossed my mind as well.
The last thing Queensland would want is for this to be called a disrupted end and have to play the end again.
I was thinking that they'd want to accept the decision.
New South Wales would obviously want a disrupted end and have to play it again. But
when you're playing boccia at this level, you don't want to make an easy decision and just say, well, we'll say this is okay.
no, that's right.
This is going to decide who is the champion BC3 team in Australia. So maybe some diplomacy from the head ref.
Yeah, and the score in this end is crucial because New South Wales are up 4-0. But
If this turns out to be 6, as it looks.
That will make it more difficult for New South Wales.
Particularly with Queensland having the jack.
That's right. It's their jack in the last end. That's correct, yeah.
I think after this round we've got the medal presentation, I think.
We have, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So nobody will be going to the pub for quite a little while.
Not for a little while. No, I'm not going to the pub, but I'm going to an awards ceremony in the city.
Oh, right.
The New South Wales Institute of Sport have got their awards night on tonight, and Jamison and Daniel have been nominated for awards, so I'll be going along as their coach.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So
I hope they take it out.
Yeah, hope so.
They certainly made boccia history in Australia for bringing home those 2 silver medals from the Paralympics.
Definitely, yeah.
With a little help from you, of course, as the coach.
A little bit, just a little bit of help. Yeah.
Jameson had her medal here the other day, and
I actually asked her to bring it in because somebody talked to me about it.
Yeah.
And I text messaged her and I said, "Can you bring your silver medal in?" So she brought it in.
People were getting their photo taken with it. I got to touch it, which is as close as I'll ever come to a Paralympic medal.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're huge and they're heavy.
They are heavy.
There's nothing
the one word that everybody says when they hold it. Oh, it's heavy. Yeah. It is heavy, and because it's got the front panel on the medal is a piece of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh.
Yeah, so that did you see the front panel? It says Paris 24 on the front of it.
Close enough.
It's a grey metal, whereas the rest of the metal is silver. So that grey panel on the front is a piece of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, right. Does this mean the Eiffel Tower is structurally unstable?
I don't think so. I don't think they would have done that. But having seen the Eiffel Tower for the first time when I was over there, I think it's a pretty solid construction.
Tell me a little bit about travelling with the team. Is it? I imagine there's not a lot of time for sightseeing. You see the airport and...
There's not usually. Fortunately, we did have a few spare days when we went to Paris, so we got over there early. Part of that, the reason for that is to acclimatise and get over the jet lag before we have to start competing or even training. So we went over a few days early, and thankfully we were able to do a little bit of sightseeing, which quite often you don't have. A lot of international competitions that I've been to, like I went to Beijing, and when I come back, a lot of people said, "Oh, so did you see the Great Wall of China? Did you see Tiananmen Square?" I went, no. All I saw was the airport, the hotel, and the venue where we played.
That's cruel, isn't it? Yeah.
But thankfully we did get a chance to see a bit of Paris, and so that was good.
You sample any of the Parisian cuisine?
No, I didn't do that. No, because all our meals are supplied in the Paralympic Village.
In the village, yeah.
In the dining hall, which is an amazing thing to see. It's like a plane hangar. It's so big, and then they have all these different stalls. So much food to choose from. It's amazing, to go into the dining hall. The other thing I really like about it is that you're mixing with all these people from all over the world with all different types of disabilities, and it's just amazing to see them all, and everybody gets on with each other, and it's just a great experience and a great atmosphere there. It's something that I really enjoy about competing in the Paralympics. I
sometimes think about that as a person in a wheelchair, being here where being in a wheelchair is the normal thing, and able-bodied people are a little bit unusual.
That's right. Yeah.
So we're with our people here, and I suppose it's even more so at the Paralympics.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's hundreds, well, probably thousands of people in the Paralympic Village. It's a huge place. It's
it's not just boccia; it's all sports.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah. And some of the sights you see are amazing. That there was one morning and it was raining, and I was out going to the dining hall, I guess, or somewhere, and I saw this line of men walking along. They all had their white rain suits on, so the hood and everything, and they're all walking along in a line with their hand on the shoulder of the person in front of them. They're all blind.
Wow.
Except the person in front.
Amazing.
So they obviously belong to the blind football team or something.
Yeah.
And so it's something you don't see, every day of the week. And it was amazing. Like they're all in their white rain suits and all walking along in this line, all with their hand on the person in
it
front of them.
almost have looked like some sort of procession.
Yeah, I really wanted to take a photo, but I thought,
you wouldn't feel good about it.
No, I thought, no, I better not.
Just stand there for a minute while I photograph you guys.
But you've got like the second tallest man in the world was there.
Oh, right.
He's a sit volleyball player from Iran, I think it was. Iran.
I think I saw him on the coverage. Even sitting, he was tall.
Yes, yeah. He gets around in a wheelchair. He can stand and walk, but with great difficulty now. I think last time I saw him, I think it was maybe in Rio in the Paralympics. He was walking around, and he was walking along with the shortest man in the world. I don't care. Honestly,
that would have been a photo opportunity.
That was amazing. You see so many different things, and you just admire, what they can do, and these swimmers with no arms and no legs,
Yep.
and yet they're able to swim and compete competitively. It's just a great experience, and really good to be there.
I think too that I often say about boccia that one of the great things is maybe in life a person can't do a lot that they have sole control over.
That's right.
If they're in a wheelchair or whatever. But once you're out on the boccia court, the decision is yours and yours alone.
That's it, exactly.
And there's a great deal of dignity in the fact that you can make your own decision, and whether it's right or wrong, that's your decision.
That's right, exactly.
And that's a great thing. And as we can see here, Kylie and Ivy working hard as agents for themselves and for their team.
That's right.
To get a decision on
that was
on
one
this
of the
end.
things I loved about Boccia when I first got involved in it, that it was something that people with a disability had full control. Once they got on that court, as you said, they're in full control. Even the ramp players, they have a ramp operator that helps them. So it looks like that was 6 to blue. Oh,
6 to
there you
blue.
go. That was a good end for Queensland for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was the thing I loved about it. That that was the one thing that that they have full control. And even the ramp operator, which I was for many years, you can't have any say in what's going on or their decision making or anything. It's all up to them, and all the instructions that you get from them to you, you can't make any decisions. And yeah, it's great that they have full control.
Yeah.
That's what I really love about it.
Well, this last end we've got here now on this BC3 pairs game is vital. It's there's 2 points difference between New South Wales 3 on 4 points, I think, and 6 for Queensland. Big smile on Ivy's face there at the moment. I think she feels that they're in the driver's seat now.
Well, you'd have to be happy getting 6 points in one end.
Yep.
At this level, that wouldn't happen very often.
No, that's right.
But they played very well to do that.
So this is going to be exciting boccia for the last end. Let's see where Ivy puts her jack.
So,
You'd want to be able to, you can't just really comfortably block, can you, when there's only 2 points? You know, you've still got to play aggressively, haven't you?
You have, yeah. As I say, these days with the rock hard balls and on the double extension, it's easier to move balls.
Mm. Ivy giving instructions there to her ramp operator.
Yeah, so she's going short and wide.
That's pretty much where it was before for her.
Pretty much. Yeah, maybe a little bit wider, a little bit closer towards the sideline, but.
Now this is a very important ball. If Ivy can get it slightly to our right and in front and touching, that's going to draw a lot of balls away from New South Wales as they try to knock it away, which is something they would like to do, I imagine, Ken.
Definitely, yeah. This first ball is crucial. If they can get this first ball on and get a good hold, that'll put them, huge advantage.
Ivy looking very confident at the moment. And rightly so.
Yep, very good.
Very, very good ball. So who would have the best shot here, do you think, Ken?
Well, it's a bit hard to see the angle from where we are, but
is
I would
true,
say Ange. Normally the player on the outside will take the knockouts because they can, as you can see, Ange has moved out of her box to get the angle.
Right, so they can move into the unoccupied box on the side. Line up. And then, of course, once the ramp is set, all they have to do is release the ball and they can do that. I noticed Dan even releasing the ball with his back to the court sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's something that he's developed, that he can do,
Ange's ramp operator, Matt, now bringing her back into the box. She no longer has to be able to slide along the ramp. She just has to...
has to be in a position to push it off.
Yep.
Yeah.
And going from the top of the extension, so...
Yeah, they want to hit it as hard as possible.
Going to be a knockaway shot.
Yeah, and she's done it really well. Yeah, great shot. And that ball will go out.
Just rolls majestically off the
court. Rolling and rolling. Yeah. So that's great. She's opened up the jack nicely. Kylie will probably have the shot.
No, I think we had a slight problem with the scoreboard there, but that's
No,
right now.
It's okay now.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot from Ange from
Yeah.
that distance across court.
Yeah, definitely. So now Kylie will probably take the draw shot.
Yep.
So she's in a good position to do it because what she wants to do is to block the player on either side of her.
Right.
So
So
if she can get it
if
exactly
she can just roll it from her angle straight in front of the
straight
jack.
in front. Yeah,
She's blocking both Ivy
yeah.
and Eamon.
Yeah, normally in the individual competition you'll try and get it on one side or the other of the jack to block your opposition, but in the pairs, when you have two opposition, it's hard to block both of them.
Yep.
So the best place for Kylie to put that is right in the middle of the jack, so as neither player has a clear shot at it or an easy knockout.
Right, so that'll be what she's trying to do with this ball.
Yep.
The ramp operator just making some final adjustments there. The ball's been chosen.
Just work out her calibrations, have to work out how far away that jack is from her.
Yep, that's right. Distance judgment
That's right,
comes into
yeah.
it as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The distance wasn't too bad, but unfortunately the line...
Unless the ball rolled off to the side a little bit after it left the ramp. But
Well, that can happen as well. You can't always say that the lineup was wrong.
especially playing on a court that's used for basketball, where there's been a lot of people pounding on the floor.
That's
and,
right, yeah, you always get uneven parts of it, yeah.
But then everybody's playing on the same floor. So.
That's right, yeah, it's an equal playing field, yeah. Yeah, we've internationally even we've played on some shockers.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
We when we go to Montreal, we play on an ice rink. Like the ice is not on it.
Oh, right.
But,
yeah.
but it's just a concrete floor.
Right.
And it has cracks in it and everything.
And they run an international
They
competition.
do, yeah. But
Wow.
they just do the same thing. You know, it's an equal playing field, so everybody's playing on the same thing. Last time we went there last year, they'd had some sort of tiles put over the concrete, which improved it a little bit. It didn't stop the unevenness of the floor. You still had the hills and valleys in the floor, but the surface was better than playing on the concrete.
Yeah.
The worst one was we went to Dubai one time for a competition, and apparently they lost the venue only like weeks out from the competition. I think the Shah or somebody wanted it for something else, and he took priority.
Of course.
So they built a huge tent on grass, and put a floating floor on the grass.
On the grass.
And we played on that. Kylie's just had another shot at the jack, and unfortunately it's gone to the left again and a little bit further this time.
So, yeah, could it be something on the floor or?
It could be, but normally
but
if
you
her
would have
first
corrected
ball
for
turned
it.
left, she would have made the adjustment for that. And I mean, she may, because it didn't go as far left as her first ball, she probably did make the adjustment, but maybe
But not far enough.
didn't make enough of an adjustment. Yeah, so that was an interesting competition in Dubai.
I can imagine.
As you walked into the tent, you could see the floor. It was hills and valleys.
My goodness.
It was unbelievable. And yet, one of our players, Spencer Cody, as
I
you
remember
would know,
Spencer,
he played really well on it. He obviously could read it. And I think he won a bronze medal in that competition.
Wow.
Yeah, which I think was his first international medal. I may
good
be
on
wrong
Spencer,
there, but
yeah.
but he managed to read it and did well. Yeah. The floor is one of the hardest things. Even Daniel and Jamison at the level they play, they've really got to be good at. So Ange has just tried a draw shot as well. I think hers looks like it's gone left as well, so maybe there is a bit of a left
ridge
turn
there or
in
something.
and it's pulled up a little bit short. So it's another measure for the referee.
Referee, yep. referee getting a workout here in this game.
Still ready to go. Yeah, so for Daniel and Jamison, one of the main things they've got to do when you go to an international competition is to be able to try and read the court.
And can you get access to the court before the competition?
Sometimes you do. Well, they have warm-up sessions a couple of days before the competition starts. Some of the warm-up sessions will be on the field of play where you're going to be playing, and some of them are on the warm-up courts.
Right.
So it's really good to get a warm-up session on the field of play.
Yeah.
But even with that, there may be 8 competition courts. You may get 2 warm-up sessions on the competition courts, but that will only be on 2 courts.
Yeah.
So you get to read those 2 courts, but you don't have a chance
to end up on any of the others.
You can end up on playing a game on any of the others as well. Yeah, that's right. But we watch videos. We video all the games and we watch them back. That's a good shot.
Beautiful. Yep.
Range has gone a little bit harder and a little bit left there, and she's managed to get on the jack.
Yep.
Yeah, so we watch video of the other games, our opposition are playing in, and we watch to see what their balls are doing on certain parts of the court. So try and read that as best we can and take notes of that. So as if we're playing on that court, then we will, make those adjustments.
Yeah. Well, there's such a lot to it.
There's a lot to it for sure.
Well, we need, for New South Wales, they need to pick up 2 to take this to a tie break. They're holding 1.
They've only got 1 ball to play.
Yep.
Not sure who's got that ball. I'm not sure whether it's Ange or Kylie.
No, we can't see either of their,
can't see
their ball boxes. But Ivy taking the shot here.
I think if Ivy can get his ball on the jack now, that might be game over.
Yep.
Because if New South Wales have got to do any sort of a knockout shot, he's pushed it back away from that red and stayed on it. So that's a great shot.
And not a great deal that New South Wales can do either.
No, it's not.
A couple of balls they could perhaps push up there into the jack, do you think?
Well, that would be the option. They need at least 2 points.
Yeah.
2 points will force it to a tie break, which the organisers of the committee of this competition would hate. We're already running over time.
I know you as a technical delegate for many competitions I've played in have said, please don't make it a tie break.
That's right.
It will ruin the schedule.
It does. That's right. So I'm sure Craig will be hoping that this doesn't go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Because we have the medal ceremony scheduled to actually supposed to start now, I think. So that will be held up slightly.
Craig Thorne from Queensland, actually, Ivy's dad. He's done a wonderful job in setting up this competition.
Yeah, as a technical delegate, he has. He's done a great job.
He's done a lot of work.
Yeah, Kylie was attempting to push up that red ball, but unfortunately it hasn't hit the right red ball. So blue, Queensland to go. And I would say that she will confirm the score, that it is 1 blue, and they will throw off the remaining balls, I would say. Because they've won the game, there's no need to play on. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, conferred with Eamon there, and Eamon
throwing off the remaining balls.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to play another ball and knock the jack back onto that red ball.
No, definitely not, no.
So a good decision there.
Yep, it's always a good decision that if you've won the game, no need to play the remaining balls. Okay, 1 to blue. Yeah, well done. Well done, Queensland. Well played.
It was a good struggle. Good play from both sides.
Yeah.
A few issues in between which slowed things down a bit.
That's right.
And that can sometimes be a bit unnerving for the players just sitting and waiting for the decision to be made.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that, Phil. It was good to commentate on a BC 3 pairs game with you.
Oh, well, it's always good to chat.
Yeah.
Whenever we talk, I learn lots.
Oh, do you?
Yep. Good. You're the man with all the knowledge and all the information, and I'm a sponge. You're just soaking it up. So thanks very much for coming.
No
on
problem at all.
commentary.
It's my pleasure, and I'm happy always to share my knowledge and experience that I've had over the years. So, yeah. To improve the game of boccia, that's the main thing.
That's what we're here for.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the last game from the live coverage here at the Boccia Australia National Titles for 2024. And it's been a wonderful competition. We've enjoyed it as coaches and commentators. The players have enjoyed it, and a lot of spectators have enjoyed it. And I hope you've enjoyed the live coverage as well. It'll still be up. You can replay the games that are there on the YouTube feed, and maybe we can all learn something about boccia from what we see.
Yeah.
My name's Phil Bates. Thank you, Ken Halliday, for being with me in commentary.
Thank you, Phil. No problem.
And I'll say goodbye. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. Goodbye.